Chapter 145. Li Xuanru saw Lu Ping's surprise as if he knew something, so she asked, "What is it, junior brother? Did you notice something wrong?" Lu Ping nodded. "When I returned from the Demon Sea, I lost my way and arrived at Autumn Cloud Island first. However, I accidentally discovered that the Cho family, which occupies Autumn Cloud Island, and the leader of the Overturned Seas faction were secretly in contact." Li Xuanru's expression froze when she heard this. The Overturned Seas faction? This is new. Junior brother. Does anyone else know about this? Lu Ping saw Li Xuanru's serious expression and knew that things were not as simple as they seemed. He said, "I told Lu Ziyuan, the immortal who led the team when I was in the side courtyard." Li Xuanru suddenly said, "Oh, it's him, the 18 generals of the North Sea. Guo Xuanshan's disciple is indeed extraordinary. There's no harm in telling him. He should know the severity of this. However, I must report this to Master. Junior brother, stay here and cultivate in peace. Wait for Master's lecture in 7 days. It will be of great benefit to you." With that, she left without waiting for Lu Ping's response. Lu Ping wanted to ask what the 18 generals of the North Sea were, but Li Zhenren was already gone. In the past 7 days, Lu Ping focused all his attention on the Sea Wave Listening Scripture S follow-up cultivation method. He combined the Sea Wave Listening Scripture with the Flying Spirit Sea Dance Scripture, and as expected, the North Sea Wave Listening Scripture was able to reach the mid-avatar stage. However, Lu Ping's current cultivation base and knowledge were too shallow, so he could only barely combine the two cultivation methods. As for the contents of the Sea Wave Listening Scripture, Lu Ping would have to wait until his cultivation base reached the core forging stage before he could continue to perfect it. 7 days later, Lu Xianling of the Changhua House began his lecture. The disciples all rushed to the island to listen. Lu Ping arrived at the front hall of the Changhua House early in the morning, but found that there were already more than 30 registered disciples waiting outside the hall. They were arranged according to their age, quietly waiting for Lu Zhenren to begin. According to the rules set by enlightened Master Lu of the Changhua Mansion, the disciples were not arranged according to who entered the sect, but according to their age. Therefore, Lu Ping was ranked before Jiang Zixuan and became the 9th direct disciple. Seeing Lu Ping's arrival, many disciples looked at him with envy. Lu Ping noticed that more than half of them were in the late blood condensation realm. There were even 2 unnamed disciples who had reached the core forging realm. This made Lu Ping secretly amazed at the strength of Changhua sect. Lu Ping looked at the lake in the center of the island and discovered that there were already hundreds of demonic beasts swimming in the lake facing the Manor of Great Light. Among them, there were even 20 to 30 that had powerful demonic qi. Clearly, they had reached the blood condensation realm. On the shore of the lake, there were also hundreds of Jinling cultivators meditating. These were the inner disciples who opened their cave abodes on Tianling Mountain. Most of them had not reached the mid-blood condensation realm yet, so they were not qualified to be apprenticed to a master. This time they also came to listen to the lecture, hoping that it would be of help to their cultivation. This was one of the reasons why most of the inner disciples were willing to open their immortals' caves on Tianling Mountain. Apart from the large spirit vein on Tianling Mountain, they could often have the opportunity to listen to a core forging enlightened master's lecture. The second direct disciple to arrive was Leng Qian. Lu Ping nodded at her. After that, all the senior sisters arrived, leaving only the 1st, 5th, 6th, and 14th praying mats in the hall. When it was time for the lecture, enlightened Master Lu, accompanied by his daughter Jiang Zixuan, came to the main hall. Enlightened Master Lu sat in the center while Jiang Zixuan sat on the 10th praying mat behind Lu Ping. Enlightened Master Lu tapped the jade chime lightly. Ding! The 200 cultivators in the hall, outside the hall, and on the shore of the lake immediately quieted down. Enlightened Master Lu started with the Linhai wave listening technique. This also meant that this lecture was actually for Lu Ping. The fact that the cultivators were able to listen to the lecture was also thanks to Lu Ping. The cultivators would naturally remember this favor in the future. Rather than saying that enlightened Master Lu was giving a lecture, it was better to call it a practice. This was because there were many things in cultivation that could only be understood and not taught in words. Enlightened Master Lu could only demonstrate it through spells and images. As for how much one could comprehend, it depended on one's comprehension. When she was giving a lecture, A water person suddenly appeared in midair in the hall. This water person was vivid and lifelike. The blood vessels, bones, flesh, and organs inside were all transparent and visible. It was many times more brilliant than Lu Ping's art of deceiving the heavens and crossing the sea. Enlightened Master Lu started with the most basic lecture and advanced step by step. His words were plain and smooth, but it did not lose its brilliance. At the same time, with the water person in the hall as a demonstration, Lu Ping quickly became engrossed. Lu Ping originally treated this lecture as a reference for his cultivation. After all, the cultivation method that he cultivated was not the Lin high wave listening technique. However, after enlightened Master Lu started speaking, Lu Ping realized that he was gravely mistaken. The Lin high wave listening technique originated from the North Sea wave listening technique. Enlightened Master Lu's late core forging stage cultivation and several hundred years of experience and vision were not something that Lu Ping could surmise. It was only the first day of the Dharma assembly, but enlightened Master Lu had raised many opinions that Lu Ping had never heard of. Many of the problems that Lu Ping had accumulated during his daily cultivation were easily solved. Lu Ping's daily cultivation mistakes were also discovered and corrected in time. Lu Ping suddenly felt as if he had been reborn. He also had a faint regret in his heart that he did not set up an abode on Tianling Mountain. That way, he could go and listen to the other enlightened masters' lectures. Afterward, enlightened Master Lu explained in detail the 8 methods of listening to waves, which Lu Ping remembered firmly in his mind, not daring to forget a single word. This was of great help to him in integrating and organizing the North Sea listening to waves. Enlightened Master Lu also compared the water attribute cultivation methods related to the North Sea listening to waves. These cultivation methods were not limited to the water attribute cultivation methods Jinling had collected. Instead, they used enlightened Master Lu's hundreds of years of experience as a reference, allowing Lu Ping to broaden his horizons. At the later stage of the Dharma assembly, enlightened Master Lu even quoted from other sources. Whether it was the cultivation world or the mortal world, whether it was the North Sea, the East Sea, the South Sea, or even the Middle Continent, the North Ice Plains, the South Mountains, and the West Desert, which Lu Ping had never heard of, enlightened Master Lu was involved in all of them. This made all the cultivators, including Lu Ping, feel respect for enlightened Master Lu's extensive knowledge. At the same time, it also made Lu Ping yearn for the world outside the North Sea. The Dharma assembly went on for 9 days. The Dharma assembly went on for 9 days. In between Taoist Lu's speech, the cultivators would casually discuss and exchange their cultivation experiences. Lu Ping also took the opportunity to ask his 3 senior sisters in the core forging stage for guidance. On the last day of the Dharma assembly, Taoist Lu even allowed his disciples to ask any questions. Taoist Lu answered them one by one. Of course, it was only limited to his personal disciples and registered disciples. The cultivators on the shore did not have this kind of treatment. This also allowed Lu Ping to get to know many cultivators from the Chonghua mansion and gain some understanding of their cultivation methods. After the Dharma assembly was over, Lu Ping once again felt the surging life force in his blood vessels. Lu Ping knew that this Dharma assembly was a huge accumulation for him. This accumulation, as Lu Ping continued to experience it, would once again usher in a rapid improvement in his cultivation. On the first day after the Dharma assembly, Lu Ping asked his teacher, Taoist Lu, to return to Huangli Island. Taoist Lu did not ask him to stay and only encouraged him to cultivate diligently. Lu Ping bade farewell to Taoist Lu and left Chonghua Mansion. However, he met Taoist Li Xuanru, who had specially come to find him. After Taoist Lu's cultivation reached the late core forging stage, he began to frequently go into closed-door cultivation to prepare for the manifestation stage. Thus, the matters of Chonghua Mansion were taken care of by his second senior sister, Taoist Li Xuanru. Li Xuanru asked Lu Ping about his future plans. After Jinling cultivators reached the mid-blood condensation stage and became an elite disciple of the sect, they had to take responsibility for the development of the sect. Before this, Lu Ping had always been in the Demon Sea, so he had never taken on this responsibility. Now he could no longer escape this responsibility. There were many kinds of responsibilities. For example, Master Immortal Lu used to be the leader of the team in Jinling Side Courtyard, and was responsible for nurturing the sect's reserve strength. As an alchemist, Lu Ping could also enter the alchemy pavilion to refine pills for the sect and so on. The sect would naturally give him appropriate rewards. Daoist Li suggested, "Junior brother, you have successfully refined the face-retaining pill. You are only one step away from becoming a grandmaster. If you become a full-time alchemist in the sect, you will be a very profitable person. In the future, when the other junior brothers and sisters ask you to refine pills for them, it will be cheaper." Lu Ping understood the situation of the alchemy pavilion from Daoist Li, and then politely declined. At the apprenticeship ceremony, Daoist Xianjing, who was ranked third in alchemy in Jinling, and Daoist Lu became enemies because of Lu Ping's refinement of the face-retaining pill. After becoming a full-time alchemist in the sect, Lu Ping had to refine a certain number of pills and a certain type of pills for the sect every once in a while. Lu Ping was a carefree person by nature, and did not want to be bound by this. In the end, Lu Ping decided to join Master Immortal Lu's sea patrol team on Huangli Island. This way it would be convenient for him to guard his cave abode. Moreover, Master Immortal Lu Yaoyong Dufeng and other good friends would all be there. After listening to Lu Ping's thoughts, Daoist Li smiled and said, "That's good too. Junior brother Lu Ziyuan is also a cautious person. Our sect thinks highly of him as a candidate to advance to the core forging stage. He is also the fourth disciple of Uncle Guo Xianshan, who is on good terms with our Zhonghua lineage. However, the sea patrol is quite dangerous. Many cultivators who go out to the sea are cunning and desperate. Junior brother, you have to be careful." Only then did Lu Ping know the origin of Master Immortal Lu's master. He remembered that Li Xuanru had mentioned that Master Immortal Lu was the 18 generals of the North Sea, so he asked. Daoist Li Xuanru smiled and said, "It seems that junior brother has really been living in a paradise in the Demon Sea all these years. You don't know anything about the situation in the North Sea. The so-called 18 generals of the North Sea refers to the 18 cultivators with the best battle results in the blood condensation realm since the Forbidden Sea was opened. My Jinling sect has 2 cultivators among them, and junior brother Lu Ziyuan is one of them." Through Daoist Li's explanation, Lu Ping learned that 2 years ago, when Master Immortal Lu had just advanced to the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm, he was caught in a fierce battle. At that time, Master Immortal Lu was ambushed by 3 9th layer blood condensation realm monsters. In the end, Master Immortal Lu killed 2 of them and chased the 3rd one for thousands of miles in the Demon Sea. After that, Master Immortal Lu fought his way out of the encirclement and killed more than 10 blood condensation monsters along the way. Finally, he safely returned to Huangli Island. This battle made Master Immortal Lu famous among the blood condensation realm cultivators in the North Sea, and he became one of the 18 generals. Lu Ping rubbed his chin and thought to himself, "Looks like I've really missed out on a lot of interesting things in the past 5 years." The funny thing was that a few months ago, Xianling sect's Han Weiyun, under the influence of Xianling sect's propaganda, ousted a wandering cultivator from the North Sea from his position as one of the 18 generals of the North Sea. The reason was that Han Weiyun was ambushed by a primordial giant crocodile in the Demon Sea. Xianling sect's propaganda claimed that Han Weiyun successfully led the Xianling sect cultivators out of the encirclement of 200 demon soldiers led by 4 late blood condensation realm primordial giant crocodiles, and a dozen other late blood condensation monsters. Chapter 146. Lu Ping was speechless after listening to Xianling sect's propaganda. As one of the participants in the battle, he naturally knew the situation better than anyone else. Xianling sect, West Hill Island, and Overflowing Ocean Gang only had a total of 70 to 80 cultivators after they broke out of the encirclement. After that, they were hunted down by the monster beasts, and Han Weiyun's decision to form the Dao Soldier Array at the last moment was enough to tarnish his reputation among the North Ocean cultivators. However, Xianling sect's propaganda was clearly to strike first and gain the upper hand. After all, although Han Weiyun's methods were clumsy, he had indeed led his sect's disciples out of the encirclement and avoided being annihilated. And Lu Ping also smelled a conspiracy. After the battle, Ai Buitao of West Hill Island, who was originally one of the 18 generals of the North Sea, did not stand out to clarify the truth. Instead, when Xianling sect publicized Han Weiyun's battle achievements, they also praised Ai Buitao, raising his reputation quite a bit. There were a few rogue cultivators who followed Ai Buitao out, But Lu Ping didn't need to think to know that even if they hadn't been separated, they would have wisely kept their mouths shut. To them, both Xianling sect and West Hill Island's AI family were giants that they couldn't afford to offend. After bidding farewell to second senior sister Li Xuanru, Lu Ping arrived at Jinling's Alchemy Pavilion under Li Xuanru's guidance. The Alchemy Pavilion was located on the east side of Tianling Mountain, on a peak called Danding Peak. The peak of Tianling Mountain had been opened up by an almighty master of Jinling, and the underground lava was drawn up to be used for alchemy. Of course, this was only the fire used by ordinary alchemists. As for whether Jinling had a spiritual fire of heaven and earth for alchemy, it was not something that Lu Ping knew. Lu Ping had just arrived at Danding Peak's Alchemy Pavilion when he saw a person hurrying towards him. Lu Ping was about to ask the person where the Alchemy Pavilion's enlightened master was when the person recognized Lu Ping. "It's you." Lu Ping stared blankly. Only now did he see that the person who had come was the arrogant cultivator who had once asked for his spirit grass, the disciple of Taoist Master Xianjing, Tao Zifang, who had become enemies with his teacher, Taoist Master Lu, during the apprenticeship ceremony. So it's senior brother Tao." Lu Ping replied with a fake smile. Lu Ping didn't have a good impression of Tao Zifang, not to mention that their teachers didn't have a good relationship. Lu Ping's answer was obviously perfunctory. "What are you doing here?" Tao Zifang obviously looked down on Lu Ping and questioned him directly. Lu Ping chuckled. He could guess something from the other person's tone, but he still said slowly, "I'm here to find the enlightened master. Senior brother Tao also knows that I can refine the face-retaining pill, so it's natural for me to obtain the qualifications of our sect's alchemist. Don't tell me that I need senior brother Tao's permission to come to this alchemy pavilion?" Tao Zifang was obviously choked by Lu Ping's sarcastic words, but he couldn't block the door and stop him from entering, so he snorted loudly and walked away. Lu Ping shrugged indifferently and walked directly into the alchemy pavilion. Lu Ping could now be considered a person with a backer. Thinking back to when Lu Ping refused to give Tao Zifang face, Tao Zifang could point at Lu Ping and shout at him. Now the two still didn't have a good relationship, but Tao Zifang didn't dare to be as arrogant as before. However, what Lu Ping didn't know was that just after Lu Ping stepped into the alchemy pavilion, Tao Zifang returned. After looking at the door of the alchemy pavilion, he went in from the side door and went directly to the back hall of the alchemy pavilion. This was the first time Lu Ping came here. He asked a few cultivators and found the enlightened master in the back hall of the alchemy pavilion. "You're the new disciple that senior sister Lu received who can refine the face-retaining pill?" The enlightened master was very interested in Lu Ping. Yes. Lu Ping felt very awkward under the burning gaze of the enlightened master. "Why do you only want to become our sect's pill refiner? With your strength, if you become our sect's professional pill refiner, the sect will definitely nurture you. At that time, all kinds of spirit herbs will be given to you first." The enlightened master obviously cherished talent. There were two types of pill refiners in Jinling. One was the professional pill refiner who belonged to the alchemy pavilion, and the other was the pill refiner who only reported to the alchemy pavilion. There were many benefits to becoming a professional pill refiner in Jinling. Enlightened Master Li Xianru also suggested that Lu Ping join the alchemy pavilion, but Lu Ping tactfully declined. However, Enlightened Master Li still suggested that Lu Ping report his pill refiner qualifications to the sect. This way, although Lu Ping couldn't enjoy the preferential supply of the sect like the pill refiners in Alchemy Pavilion, in order to attract pill refiners, the sect had more preferential measures for pill refiners who reported to the Alchemy Pavilion. After listening to Lu Ping's explanation, the enlightened master nodded helplessly. "Alright, but in order to become our sect's pill refiner, you still have to pass our sect's test. For our pill refiner test, other than concocting the blood condensation pill, you will also be given the recipe for any mid or late blood condensation pill. As long as you have a success rate of more than 50% for each pill, you will be able to become a pill refiner. However, the sect will only prepare 2 sets of spirit herbs for each pill. You only need to use 1 set of spirit herbs to successfully concoct the pill." Before Lu Ping arrived, he had already heard these rules from enlightened Master Li Xianru. Not only that, if he succeeded, the sect would naturally take back the pills. If he failed, Lu Ping would have to compensate for the loss of spirit herbs. These rules made Lu Ping very helpless. Out of duty, the enlightened master explained the rules to Lu Ping and said, "Then choose 2 pills." After saying that, he clapped his hands and a pill refiner boy walked into the hall. On the tray in his hands were 2 cylindrical magic tools. These 2 magic tools could block the probing of a cultivator's divine sense. There were 10 bamboo sticks in each. The boy looked at Lu Ping strangely, but Lu Ping didn't mind. He casually took out a bamboo stick from each of the cylindrical magic tools and handed them to the enlightened master. The enlightened master took a look and looked at the boy thoughtfully. Then he said to Lu Ping, "Looks like your luck isn't too good." Lu Ping took the bamboo sticks and looked at them helplessly. Thousand Chance Pill, Scarlet Blood Pill. These 2 types of medicinal pellets were the highest grade medicinal pellets for mid and late blood condensation realm cultivators. They were also the most difficult to concoct. Yet Lu Ping managed to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It was clear how bad his luck was today, especially the Scarlet Blood Pill. This pill was originally a type of blood spirit pill. Lu Ping had concocted this type of pill many times in the Monster Sea. However, this Scarlet Blood Pill was a fire attribute blood spirit pill. It was the bane of Lu Ping's pure water attribute arcane energy. Lu Ping concocted pills for his own needs. He had never concocted a Scarlet Blood Pill before. Lu Ping helplessly followed the boy to the underground pill refinement room of the Pill Refinement Pavilion. The real location of the Pill Refinement Pavilion was in the belly of Danding Peak. Here, the Pill Refinement Pavilion had set up 36 pill refinement rooms of various sizes. They were divided into A, B, C, and D grades. They surrounded the earth-fire vein and formed 4 concentric layers. In the outermost layer were 18 D-grade alchemy rooms, and in each of these rooms was a low-grade alchemy furnace with the weakest earth fire. Further in were the C-grade alchemy rooms with 9 mid-grade alchemy furnaces, and naturally, the earth fire energy was much stronger. Further in were the B-grade alchemy rooms with 6 high-grade alchemy furnaces, and the innermost 3 A-grade alchemy rooms with 3 top-grade alchemy furnaces. If Lu Ping wanted to become a pill refiner, he could use the mid-grade pill furnaces in the C-grade pill refinement rooms. Lu Ping followed the boy to the belly of the mountain. The person guarding the C-grade pill refinement rooms was a late blood condensation cultivator. The boy explained the situation to the cultivator. The cultivator glanced at Lu Ping and sneered. "C-grade pill refinement rooms are full. Just wait for a while." Lu Ping noticed the other party's obvious teasing tone, but he still asked, "Then when will the C-grade pill refinement rooms be free?" The cultivator replied impatiently, "How would I know? These pill refiners are all arrogant. Their reservation time is always delayed. I went to urge them to come out, but they were even angrier than me. Just wait. Anyway, the shortest reservation time is 1 month later." This was obviously an excuse. The longest time to concoct a blood condensation realm pill was 3 to 5 days. When a pill refiner concocted pills, they would usually rest for a while to recover their spiritual energy and divine sense. Then they would start again after 1 or 2 days. Who would concoct pills continuously for a month? Lu Ping was annoyed, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, he asked calmly, "Can I use the B-grade pill refinement rooms?" Haha. The cultivator sneered as if he had heard a joke. B-grade pill refinement rooms are only used for core forging realm pills. You don't have the qualifications. The cultivator dragged his voice as if he had heard a joke. Seeing Lu Ping's expressionless face, the cultivator thought he was trying to restrain himself. He rolled his eyes and said, "There are still some D-grade pill refinement rooms available. Junior brother, why don't you choose one?" The cultivator had a questioning expression on his face. His eyes were filled with ridicule. He was sure that Lu Ping would be angered by him. Lu Ping smiled and said, "Sure." The cultivator looked at Lu Ping's nonchalant reply as if he didn't hear it clearly. He was stunned for a moment. Lu Ping didn't have time to pay attention to this person. He said, "Lead the way." The cultivator finally reacted. His face turned red and the veins on his temples twitched. Just as he was about to say something nasty, he suddenly tilted his head and calmed down. He laughed evilly and said, "Junior brother really has a card up your sleeve. However, the Dan Concoction Pavilion has a rule. If a cultivator wants to pass the assessment, they can only use the pill furnaces in the pill refinement rooms. To prevent cheating, if junior brother has any tools, you can't use them. I know. Lu Ping coldly looked at the cultivator. The cultivator suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He didn't know why he panicked, but he still said, since junior brother knows, then the servant will bring junior brother to D-grade pill refinement room number 9. Not long after Lu Ping left, the cultivator let out a long sigh. He composed himself and turned to look at the person who walked out of the pill refinement room behind him. He said, "Junior brother, are you satisfied?" The person smiled and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your help. This is a bottle of snow wave pills. It is suitable for senior brother Li's current cultivation level. In the future, if senior brother has a need for pills, don't hesitate to bring spirit herbs to me. I will definitely ask master to refine them first." The cultivator happily thanked him. Chapter 147. Just as Lu Ping was about to enter the alchemy room, he suddenly paused, turned his head to look in the direction of the guard, and then entered the alchemy room. Sure enough, it was him. Lu Ping slowly withdrew his spiritual sense. The person who was talking to the guard at the entrance was Tao Zifeng, whom Lu Ping had met at the entrance of the alchemy pavilion. Lu Ping had already seen some clues from the alchemy boy. When the pill-testing Taoist saw the boy bring out the 2 cylindrical artifacts, the pill-testing Taoist glanced at the boy, causing the boy to be covered in sweat, so Lu Ping took note of it. Sure enough, after that, he had to refine 2 kinds of high-difficulty pills, and the guard gave him all kinds of difficulties until the person behind the scenes, Tao Zifeng, appeared. Lu Ping was slightly surprised. Looking at the narrow alchemy room in front of him, the floor was engraved with array formations, connected to the fire-gathering plate in the middle. This should be the fire-gathering array to absorb the earth fire. Above the fire-gathering plate was a low-grade alchemy furnace. The carvings on the furnace were mostly worn, obviously due to frequent use. Lu Ping sat cross-legged in front of the alchemy furnace, recovering his mind. This was the first time Lu Ping used a low-grade alchemy furnace and an ordinary earth fire to refine pills. Although Lu Ping did not have anyone to guide him in alchemy, his starting point was high, using a middle-grade alchemy furnace and a heaven and earth spiritual fire. This time was also a challenge for him. After Lu Ping adjusted his state of mind, he took a deep breath and surged his arcane energy. His hands formed 9 seals in a row, and the flame-gathering plate in front of him suddenly spewed out a pale blue flame, raising the temperature in the alchemy room. Lu Ping used his spiritual sense to feel the characteristics of the earth fire. Not only was the temperature difference too big, the flame also lacked an indescribable sense of spirituality. Lu Ping had to spend a lot of energy to control this earth fire for alchemy. This was the difference between an ordinary flame and a heaven and earth spiritual fire. The preheating of the alchemy furnace, the melting of the spiritual herbs, refining, fusing, and finally the pill formation. The time spent far exceeded the time Lu Ping normally needed. Correspondingly, Lu Ping's consumption of spiritual sense and magic power was also greatly increased. After a whole 2 days, Lu Ping finally formed 18 seals. The low-grade alchemy furnace rumbled. Suddenly a medicinal fragrance filled the room. Lu Ping waved his hand, opened the alchemy furnace, and took out 6,000 chance Dan from the furnace. Lu Ping sighed helplessly. It was only a 60% success rate. If he had a mid-grade cauldron and the azure spirit fire, he was confident he could raise the success rate to 80% or 90%. Lu Ping shook his head, throwing away these distracting thoughts, and started to prepare to concoct the scarlet blood Dan. Normally, when Lu Ping concocted late blood condensation pills, his success rate was only around 60 to 70%. Although Lu Ping felt that his pill concoction skills had improved greatly after successfully concocting the face-halting pill, the earth fire and the low-grade alchemy furnace negated this advantage, and Lu Ping only had a 50% chance of passing the test. Through the previous cauldron of 1,000 revolution pellets, Lu Ping had become more familiar with the earth fire and the low-grade cauldron. This increased his chances of winning. However, at the last moment, Lu Ping's divine sense was depleted, and the conflict between the fire elemental medicinal pellets and the water elemental medicinal pellets caused him to make a mistake. Hence, he only managed to obtain 4 scarlet blood pellets after opening the cauldron. On the contrary, Lu Ping heaved a sigh of relief. Although he had concocted many blood spirit pills, this was his first time concocting a fire attribute blood spirit pill. As expected, after resting, Lu Ping easily reached a 50% success rate, when concocting the second batch of Scarlet Blood Dan. Lu Ping originally planned to concoct the rest of the 1,000 Chance Dan's spiritual herbs, but on second thought, these pills would be returned to the sect for free, and he wouldn't get anything out of it, so he gave up on this idea. In the back hall of the Alchemy Pavilion, the pill-testing enlightened master looked at the 6,000 Chance Dan, 9 Scarlet Blood Dan, and 1 set of spiritual herbs that Lu Ping brought over. He nodded and praised, as expected of a pill master who can concoct quasi-master grade pills. Even with external interference, you can still be so relaxed. Finished speaking, the pill-testing enlightened master smiled meaningfully at Lu Ping, took Lu Ping's identity token, placed a restriction on it, and returned it to Lu Ping, saying, "With this restriction, you have the qualifications to be a pill master of our sect. Every year, you can purchase a certain amount of spiritual herbs, and the price is only 80% of the market price. However, if there is an urgent pill concoction mission, you will have to respond to the sect's call." Lu Ping nodded, saying, "It's my duty to work for the sect, but I still need to buy this year's spiritual herbs first." Back at Huangli Island, Lu Ping and Yao Yong and the others were in a lively atmosphere. When everyone heard that Lu Ping had become Lu Xuanling's direct disciple, they were all very envious and surprised. Zhong Jian said with a sour face, "In our group, other than senior brother Yao Yong and junior sister Shi Lingling, you were the only one who became a direct disciple the moment you became a disciple. Even junior sister Shi Lingling only became a direct disciple after 3 years. The rest of us are still disciples in name." Lu Ping smiled bitterly, saying, "Speaking of becoming a disciple, I heard from Master Xianling that I was recommended by his master, and his master is my master's Dao companion. However, I still don't know who this master is. I only know that his surname is Jiang." "Stupid," Shi Lingling interrupted. "Of course it's Master Jiang Xianling. Among the 7 masters of our sect's 3 truths and 4 spirits, the only one who can become Dao companions with Master Lu Xianling is Master Jiang Xianling." Lu Ping smiled. "Indeed, I guessed it was him. But that day I saw that master didn't seem to like to talk about Master Jiang, so I didn't dare to ask." When Yao Yong heard Shi Lingling's words, he was also curious and asked, "I've heard senior brother mention the 3 truths and 4 spirits before. It seems that my master, Master Chu Xuanqing, is the fire spirit of the 4 spirits, but I don't know the rest. Junior sister Shi, do you know who these 7 masters are?" Shi Lingling shook her head, saying, "The 3 truths and 4 spirits is the name of the 7 masters of our sect over 100 years ago. Now they are all in the late core forging stage, and most of the time they are in closed-door training or traveling, preparing to break through to the Dharma stage, so there are very few people who have seen them. I've only occasionally heard my father mention that Master Jiang is the head of the 3 truths, and Master Lu is the head of the 4 spirits, but I don't know the rest." After the crowd dispersed, Lu Ping immersed himself in his cultivation. After listening to enlightened Master Lu's lecture, Lu Ping had gained a lot from it. Lu Ping urgently needed to convert these gains into a breakthrough in his cultivation base. Therefore, other than the 5-day patrol on the ocean every month, Lu Ping spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation, cultivating and concocting medicinal pellets. Occasionally, he would come out of closed-door cultivation to ask Master Immortal Lu about some cultivation problems, or place some medicinal pellets he concocted in the Charms Pellet Pavilion. Then, he would ask Hu Lily and Fong Tao to purchase spirit herbs for him. This kind of enriching training continued for more than a year, and Lu Ping finally experienced the feeling of his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Vigorous mana flowed throughout his body along with his bloodline, and Lu Ping felt that his bloodline was like a surging river, gathering all the mana in his body to his heart, where it condensed into strands of essence that seeped into the space in his heart, strengthening the condensed blood beads. Finally, the 5 condensed blood beads that were far larger than ordinary people's were filled to the limit. The Flood Dragon bloodline that occupied the absolute position once again developed its strength to the peak, and it began to sharpen its knives against the other bloodlines. This time it devoured the fire attribute cicada bloodline. When Lu Ping spat out the discarded cicada bloodline, the 6th condensed blood bead in the space in his heart had already expanded from nothing to 1/3 the size of the original 5 condensed blood beads. He had finally reached the 6th layer of the Hemolysis realm. Lu Ping could not hide the joy in his heart. On this day, as soon as Lu Ping finished his training, Chen Lian came to find him. Chen Lian greedily breathed in the spiritual energy within Lu Ping's grotto mansion and praised, "Every time I come here, it is a form of enjoyment. Why do I feel that the density of spiritual energy here has increased again?" Lu Ping smiled. "You are quite sensitive. My master gave me a spirit gathering pearl." Spirit gathering pearl. No wonder. Chen Lian was a little surprised, but then he smiled and said, "My teacher's gift isn't bad either. It's a complete set of fire controlling art. It's very useful for forging weapons. It's much stronger than the set of fire controlling art that my teacher passed down to me." Only then did Lu Ping notice that Chen Lian had broken through to the 7th layer of the Himalasis realm. He happily said, "So, senior brother has reached the late stage of the Himalasis realm. Did Sage Enigma Flame accept you as his personal disciple? No wonder he gave you a fire control technique as a greeting gift." Chen Lian proudly nodded his head. Junior brother, you are not bad yourself. 6th layer. You are about to face the late stage. Lu Ping sighed. "How can I compare to you guys? We have been staying in the Yao Sea for 5 years. Everyone's cultivation has increased. Senior brother Yao Yong was the first to break through to the late stage, followed by senior sister Shi Lingling and senior sister Long Qian. I heard that senior brother Du Feng, Zhongjian, and Ma Yu are in seclusion to break through to the late stage. Now that you have broken through, we are holding you back." Chen Lian laughed and scolded, "Come on, who dares to say that you are a burden? Among us, even Yao Yong, who has the highest cultivation, admitted that he is no match for you, let alone the others." Lu Ping chuckled and did not reply. "Right, do you have any more spirit-stained soil?" Chen Lian finally told him the reason for his visit. "I do." "Why? Are there a lot of people forging defensive artifacts recently?" Lu Ping remembered that he had dug out a few thousand gene of spirit-stained soil from the secret or vein not long ago. After refining it, it was enough for him to forge a few high-grade defensive artifacts. "That's right." Chen Lian's face turned grim as he continued, "In the past year, the situation in the demon territory has become even more tense. A large number of blood condensation realm demon beasts have begun to organize an organized counterattack against the cultivators that entered the demon territory. In the past, the human cultivators had the upper hand, but now they are evenly matched. Although many cultivators have fallen, the survivors have reaped greater rewards. As the saying goes, fortune comes from danger. Hence, the number of cultivators entering the demon territory to hunt demon beasts has increased, and the demand for defensive artifacts has also increased." Chapter 148. The matter of the spirit ash soil is easy. I will bring you to a place later. But now that you are in the late stage of the blood condensation realm, you won't run out of energy to forge top-grade magic tools, right? When will my landslide be upgraded to a top-grade magic tool? Also, I am currently lacking a water attribute defensive magic tool. I will leave this matter to you." Lu Ping thought for a moment and smiled. Chen Lian shook his head helplessly and said, "I will naturally keep the matter of upgrading landslide in mind. This is a test for me. But you better think of a way to forge your defensive magic tool yourself. Firstly, I don't have many water attribute top-grade spiritual materials with me, and I really don't have the time. Secondly, I heard that we will be going on a mission to the demon territory's territorial waters soon. If I want to forge it, I'm afraid I won't have enough time. After all, upgrading a magic tool and forging a new one are two different things." Lu Ping thought about it and agreed. But when he heard that Chen Lian was going to the demon territory's territorial waters, he hurriedly asked, "What news did you hear?" Chen Lian didn't answer his question. Instead, he asked, "Do you still remember the time you bid for the water avoidance shield at the auction 6 years ago?" Of course, Lu Ping remembered this. At that time, he was tricked by Li Ziming, but he used the spirit ash soil to retaliate. Chen Lian clearly wasn't talking about this. He said, "During the auction for the spirit ash soil, my father interfered and raised the price of the spirit ash soil to a level that far exceeded its original value. We were in a hurry." Lu Ping knew that Chen Lian was going to say something he didn't know, so he listened attentively. Li Ziming knew that it was a trap, but he still spent a few thousand more spirit stones because he was preparing for the beast wave for the family. Beast wave? Lu Ping's expression finally changed. How did he know there would be a beast wave? Every beast tide is a disaster. Chen Lian said. Not only does the Li family know about this, but all the vassal families of Jinling also know about this. Once the Forbidden Sea is opened, there will be a beast tide in 10 to 15 years. Every beast tide is a blow to all the forces in the North Sea. Other than the top 10 sects of the North Sea, no other forces can guarantee their own safety, let alone a single cultivator. Therefore, once the Forbidden Sea is opened, all the small and medium forces start to prepare for the beast tide. Lu Ping calmed down and asked, how long does a beast tide usually last? 3 to 5 years. Chen Lian smiled mockingly and said, actually, after the sea ban was lifted, the North Ocean cultivators swarmed in. To the demons, isn't it a human tide? The beast tide is just the demon race's counterattack. Both sides are evenly matched, and both sides will suffer heavy losses. Lu Ping was surprised. Could it be that the recent organized resistance of the demon race against the cultivators entering the demon territory is because of the beast tide? Chen Lian laughed and said, of course it's related, but this is just a prelude. The demon race is so huge that it would take a long time for them to form a beast tide and launch a unified counterattack. Moreover, the demon race's forces are even more complicated, and they believe in strength above all else. This makes it extremely difficult for a beast tide to form in a short period of time. Our mission this time should be purely to kill the demon beasts and weaken their counterattack. At the same time, the sect needs income, right? Lu Ping nodded. He understood that this was a way for the sect to show off their strength. By suppressing the demon beasts and counterattacking, they would tell the North Ocean cultivators that the demon territory outside of Xianqi Island was still under Jinling's control. This would then attract more cultivators to come and form a virtuous cycle. When the beast tide arrived, a large number of cultivators would be able to replenish Jinling's defensive strength and reduce Jinling's losses. Lu Ping secretly brought Chen Lian to the cave where he found the spirit-stained earth mine. Chen Lian was pleasantly surprised and said, I didn't expect junior apprentice brother to have such a discovery. No wonder you have so much spirit-stained earth. Then it's settled. I'll be responsible for mining this mine and use it to forge high-grade magic tools. We'll split the profits 50 to 50. Lu Ping shook his head and said, it's true that I found the mine, but whether it's mining or forging, I can't help. I also don't have the time to care about these things. Just give me 30% of the profits. Chen Lian panicked and said, do you still want to take back your high-grade crafting furnace? If you do that, we won't even be brothers anymore. Lu Ping couldn't argue with Chen Lian and could only agree. However, he asked Chen Lian to pass all the profits from the spirit-stained earth mine to Hu Lili and Feng Tao, so that they could help him purchase spirit herbs. 2 days later, Lu Ping had just finished concocting a batch of pills when he received a message from Master Immortal Lu. Master Immortal Lu wanted him to discuss the matter of sailing to the sea. After the Jinling exterminated the pirates disguised by the various sects, Huangli Island became more prosperous and its status rose again. Due to the increasing unrest in the Sea of Monsters, the number of Jinling blood condensation cultivators stationed on the island had reached 120. Other than the 30 early blood condensation cultivators who were responsible for the daily management of the island, the remaining 90 mid and late blood condensation cultivators were divided into 6 teams. Each team was led by 3 late blood condensation cultivators, and each team was responsible for patrolling the sea for half a month. The first team that Lu Ping belonged to was the strongest among the 6 teams. The leader of the team was one of the North Sea's 18 generals, Master Immortal Lu Ziyuan, a 9th-level blood condensation cultivator. When Lu Ping arrived, most of the people had already arrived. Lu Ping looked around and saw Master Immortal Lu Ziyuan sitting in the main seat. Lu Ping also recognized the 2 assistants beside him. One of them was Master Immortal Du Zixing, who was with Group 7 when Jinling attacked Xianqi Island. Now his cultivation had also reached the 8th-level blood condensation realm. The other person was Group 12's leader, Master Immortal Feng Xian, who made a bet with Master Immortal Lu during the side courtyard competition. Below them were Yao Yong, Du Feng, Shilingling, Leng Qian, and Chen Lian, the 4 7th-level blood condensation cultivators. Du Feng had also broken through, and Lu Ping was quite envious of him. Before this, Lu Ping's cultivation was the fastest. Zhongjian and Ma Yu were still at the peak of the 6th-level blood condensation realm, but the essence chi smoke above their heads seemed to be condensing around their bodies. It was obvious that their essence chi was about to condense into astral energy. They were only a step away from the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Behind them were Hu Lili, Niu Dazhuang, and Zheng Jia. They were all at the 5th level blood condensation realm. There was one person who surprised Lu Ping. This person was Zhang Zicheng, who used to be in the same group as Lu Ping. He was also at the 5th level blood condensation realm, but he was called Zhang Zicheng now. Jinling's blood condensation cultivators all had the word Z in their names. Including Lu Ping, the first team had a total of 15 people. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Master Immortal Lu Ziyuan said, "Ever since the sea ban was lifted, our sect has been organizing a large-scale hunt in the demon territory every year. This year is no exception, but the scale will be even bigger." Everyone's interest was piqued by Master Immortal Lu's words. Master Immortal Lu continued, "More than a year ago, after the demon race ambushed Xianling sect, Western Tomb Island, and overflowing sea gang cultivators, the battles between the demon beasts and human cultivators in the demon territory have become more and more intense. Therefore, the North Sea Alliance has coordinated with all the sects to organize a large-scale hunt against the demon beasts. We want to completely suppress the demon beast's arrogance and delay, or even reduce the time and damage caused by the demon beast wave." Master Immortal Lu's words were filled with excitement, and everyone was eager to give it a try. Master Immortal Feng smiled and said, "Everyone, don't be too excited. The demon territory is dangerous and unpredictable. Everyone must be careful and pay attention to your own safety." Master Immortal Du also added, "Cultivators participating in this hunt can purchase the items they need from the sect at half price. However, a third of the harvest from this hunt will be donated to the sect free of charge. The rest is up to everyone. Of course, I hope that everyone will prioritize selling the items to the sect first." Seeing that everyone understood, Master Immortal Lu said, "We'll set off in 7 days. Everyone, make the best use of this time to prepare everything. This concerns everyone's lives, so you must be careful." After everyone left, they discussed what they needed to prepare, and where they could purchase the items. Lu Ping remembered that he still had 3 chances to enter the blood condensation blood vault after he arrived at Feiling Island. Because he didn't have anything that he urgently needed, he decided to postpone these 3 chances to a later time. Right now, Lu Ping urgently needed a defensive artifact so he could see if there was anything suitable. When he arrived at Tianling Mountain's blood condensation blood vault again, Lu Ping was told that he only had 2 chances left. Lu Ping hurriedly asked for the reason. The late blood condensation realm cultivator guarding the blood condensation blood vault smiled. "We're afraid that disciples like you will come and take advantage of us. When you're in the early blood condensation realm, you can only use 1 high-grade artifact at most. If you wait until you're in the late blood condensation realm to exercise your right to choose, won't there be only a few top-grade artifacts left? That's why when you're in the early blood condensation realm, you can only choose 3 artifacts when you're in the mid-blood condensation realm. By then you'll only be able to choose 1. Lu Ping had no choice but to choose a water attribute top-grade defensive artifact from the blood condensation blood vault, Cloudy Sky. This was a cloud-shaped artifact. When activated, it would form a cloud above one's head, blocking out all light. Hence, it was named Cloudy Sky. The top-grade artifacts in the blood condensation blood vault weren't the best. According to Chan Lian, due to various reasons, the top-grade artifacts here basically didn't have much potential to improve. Moreover, top-grade artifacts with the potential to become magic treasures weren't usually kept in the blood condensation blood vault. However, Lu Ping didn't mind. He didn't plan on using these artifacts to forge magic treasures in the future. It was just a transition. With 1 last chance left, Lu Ping decided to choose a concealment secret art. Among Lu Ping's 12 absolutes of the North Sea, although the art of sea deception and art of traveling through clouds and summoning rain both had concealment effects, these 2 arts were mainly offensive techniques. The concealment effect was secondary and had many limitations. In the past, Lu Ping had to use his powerful divine sense to bring out the concealment effect. Lu Ping had been hunted down several times. A high-grade concealment technique would undoubtedly have many uses. Escape tracking, sneak attacks, and ambushes. Lu Ping naturally coveted it. Unfortunately, although there were many such secret techniques in the blood condensation bank, None of them satisfied Lu Ping. Lu Ping couldn't help but shake his head regretfully when he thought back to Master Xianyin and his disciple's elusive concealment technique during the apprenticeship ceremony. Fortunately, Lu Ping still managed to find a related incomplete secret art. Chapter 149. This secret technique didn't have any concealment function, but it could conceal Lu Ping's true cultivation level, causing other cultivators to misjudge Lu Ping's cultivation level through their divine sense. This was a special secret technique used to disguise oneself as a pig to eat a tiger. The cultivation of this secret technique was very demanding. First, it required a strong divine sense as the foundation. The stronger the divine sense, the tighter the concealment of one's cultivation level. Second, it required the cultivator to cultivate a pure elemental cultivation technique. And the purer the spiritual energy, the better the effect of the secret technique. Lu Ping's divine sense was as strong as a 9th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator. In fact, it was even stronger than an ordinary 9th-layer blood condensation realm cultivator. After all, the divine sense had many uses, and many cultivators cultivated secret techniques to strengthen their divine sense. According to the secret technique, Lu Ping could conceal his cultivation level at least at the early blood condensation realm, without being detected by late blood condensation realm cultivators. This made Lu Ping very satisfied. After all, he also cultivated the soul-splitting technique. If he succeeded, even a core forging enlightened master wouldn't be able to see through his spirit concealment technique. After leaving the blood condensation realm, Lu Ping went to Chonghua Manor to visit enlightened Master Lu. When enlightened Master Lu saw Lu Ping's improvement, he gave him a few words of encouragement. When he heard that Lu Ping was going to participate in the sex hunting mission, he gave him a jade talisman. Lu Ping took it and saw that it was a talisman treasure. Enlightened Master Lu said, "This is a talisman treasure I casually made 100 years ago. I'll give it to you to protect yourself." Lu Ping thanked him. When he saw that there were 7 white clouds surging inside the jade talisman, Lu Ping suppressed the joy in his heart and asked enlightened Master Lu some questions. At this moment, enlightened Master Lu's expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look at the peak of Tianling Mountain. Lu Ping saw the change in enlightened Master Lu's expression. For a moment it was incomparably complicated. He didn't know what was going on. He followed enlightened Master Lu's gaze and looked towards the peak, only to discover that the Tianling Mountain peak, which was usually shrouded in clouds and mist, had suddenly formed a huge vortex. The vortex formed a huge funnel, and there was a faint rumbling sound coming from the center of the vortex. Lu Ping's divine sense was sharp. He could faintly sense that the surrounding spiritual energy was becoming thinner, and the direction of the spiritual energy flow was towards the peak of Tianling Mountain. The huge change in the sky immediately alarmed the cultivators on Heaven Spirit Mountain. Many cultivators came out of their cave mansions and stared at the huge spiritual energy whirlpool at the peak of Heaven Spirit Mountain, trying to guess what was going on. Could it be that someone had made a breakthrough, and it happened at the peak of Tianling Mountain? Just when the Chonghua mansion was in a state of silence, the void beside enlightened Master Lu trembled, and a sound-transmitting magic sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Enlightened Master Lu ignored the dumbfounded Lu Ping. He took the magic sword and bowed slightly. After examining it, he said a few words and sent the magic sword into the rippling void beside him. After that, the space calmed down. Enlightened Master Lu Xianling looked at the bewildered Lu Ping and said calmly, "It's our sex Laozu practicing a new divine power at the peak of Tianling Mountain, and he accidentally caused a huge commotion." Lu Ping let out an "oh" and said enviously, "Fa Xiang Laozu. Divine power is indeed earth-shattering." Enlightened Master Lu didn't comment. Although Lu Ping couldn't see anything, he felt that the sky at the peak of Tianling Mountain was definitely related to his master. However, since his master didn't say anything as his disciple, he couldn't ask. At this moment, 5 rays of light flew in from outside the Chonghua mansion. After landing, it turned out to be Li Xuanru Zhao Xuanji and Wang Xianjing, the 3 core forging stage senior sisters, and 2 unnamed disciples. After the 3 landed, it was obvious that they had something to say, but they saw Lu Ping. Without waiting for the 3 to speak, enlightened Master Lu said first, "Inform the disciples that it was our sex Laozu practicing his divine power at the peak of Tianling Mountain." All disciples should practice diligently. There's no need to panic. The 5 nodded and sent out sound-transmitting talismans to inform the disciples. The 5 senior brothers and sisters already had the qualifications to open a mansion and accept disciples. Lu Ping took the opportunity to give 3 bottles of face-retaining pills to the 3 senior sisters and said, "These are the face-retaining pills I refined in the past year. I was planning to send them to the 3 senior sisters today. Now, it'll save me the trouble of traveling." The 3 senior sisters happily accepted the face-retaining pills and thanked Lu Ping. Lu Ping knew that the senior sister still had something to discuss with his master, so he took his leave. When Lu Ping left the Chonghua mansion, the commotion caused by the sky at the peak of Tianling Mountain had already calmed down. Obviously, everyone had received the notice from the sect's higher-ups about Lao Tzu practicing his divine power. Lu Ping looked at the remaining 14 face-retaining pills in his storage ring and sighed inwardly. Sure enough, pill refiners were the wealthiest among the cultivators. Normally, when a cultivator asked a pill refiner for a bottle of blood condensation realm pills, they would need to prepare 2 sets of spirit herbs for a bottle. If it was a late blood condensation realm pill, it was normal for some pill refiners to ask for 3 sets of spirit herbs. After the pill refinement was completed, the pill refiner would gladly accept the excess. In order to refine a bottle of core forging realm pills, cultivators would usually need to prepare 3 to 4 sets of spirit herbs for the pill refiner. For avatar realm pills, it was no longer a matter of how many sets of spirit herbs there were. Due to the scarcity of spirit herbs, Lao Tzu would usually gather enough spirit herbs and ask the pill refiner to refine it. Even if only 1 pill was refined, Lao Tzu would have to thank the pill refiner and prepare enough gifts. The status of pill refiners among the cultivators was obvious. After the apprenticeship ceremony, some well-informed cultivators came to Lu Ping and asked him to refine pills for them. However, Lu Ping didn't want to delay his cultivation because of pill refinement. Moreover, Lu Ping's cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds at that time, so he used seclusion as an excuse to reject all requests for pill refinement. He would only help his good friends like Chan Lian and Yao Yong, or his 3 senior sisters from the same sect. Lu Ping's 3 senior sisters knew that Lu Ping hadn't reached the level of a master, so they each prepared 4 sets of spirit herbs for Lu Ping to use to hone his pill refinement skills. 4 sets of spirit herbs had a success rate of 30%, and the remaining 8 sets had a stable success rate of 40%. Apart from the 3 bottles of 30 pills he gave to his 3 senior sisters, he still had 14 pills left. Including the pills he refined for his teacher, Lu Ping still had 18 pills on him. Lu Ping didn't use the pills himself. After all, after reaching the late stage of blood condensation, his lifespan was close to 300 years. This way, he could maintain his 20-year-old appearance until he was 60 years old. It would be a waste to use the pills now. After returning to Huangli Island, Lu Ping immediately went to Chan Lian's smithing shop. He wanted to upgrade his landslide to a top-grade magic tool in 3 days. This way, his strength would increase by another level. Landslide already had a total of 9 seals. This was the limit of a high-grade magic tool. If he wanted to upgrade it to a top-grade magic tool, he would need to fuse all 9 seals together. This would require the magic tool to be of an extremely high quality. Chan Lian ordered Lu Ping to purify the melted rank 2 mutated spirit material, deep-sea silver iron, using his arcane energy. This way, after being contaminated with Lu Ping's arcane energy, Lu Ping would be able to use it smoothly. This would lay a solid foundation for upgrading Landslide to a magic tool in the future. Lu Ping remembered that he learned the spirit fire smelting purification technique in the smithing hall of Feiling Island. Since he didn't know any purification techniques, he could only use the dumbest method of purifying his arcane energy. He wouldn't lose anything if he used what he learned now. To ensure the quality of the purification, Lu Ping did it alone. Naturally, Lu Ping didn't want the earth fire that Chan Lian used to purify his spirit material. He took out the blue spirit fire and followed the requirements of the spirit fire smelting purification technique to purify the deep-sea silver iron bit by bit until he was familiar with it. Then he used his arcane energy and started to purify the mutated deep-sea silver iron. In the end, the large piece of deep-sea silver iron shrunk by 3/4. The liquid was pure silver without any impurities. When Lu Ping called Chen Lian in, Chen Lian looked at the exhausted Lu Ping and the puddle of pure deep-sea silver iron and cursed, "Pervert." Lu Ping urgently recovered his arcane energy and then helped Chen Lian to fuse landslide with the deep-sea silver iron. At the same time, he connected the 9 arcane energy restrictions to form a cycle and become a whole. Under the activation of Lu Ping's arcane energy, the original grayish-black iron seal turned into a warm silver jade color. The domineering and solemn appearance also became reserved. Lu Ping held the 3-inch cube in his hand and played with it. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. After successfully upgrading landslide, Lu Ping hurried to Elder Chen's crafting shop on Dikuan Island and took a simple and unadorned jade pendant from Elder Chen. This jade pendant was made by Lu Ping using the top-grade spirit material Millennium Cold Jade, given to him by his second senior apprentice sister Li Xianru as the main body. He also combined the high-grade and top-grade water attribute spirit materials he had collected over the years and asked Elder Chen to refine it into a top-grade auxiliary arcane artifact. This arcane artifact didn't have any offensive or defensive functions. It only had the effect of calming one's mind, gathering spiritual energy, and preventing qi deviation. Lu Ping hung this jade pendant on his waist and immediately felt his whole body become spirited. When he operated his arcane technique, the absorption and recovery of spiritual energy became a little faster. His whole body seemed to have an extra layer of ethereal aura. In the end, Elder Chen's crafting skills were still more experienced. Although Chen Lian had fused the strong points of 2 schools and had greater potential, compared to Elder Chen, he was still too inexperienced. 7 days later, Lu Ping and the rest gathered in Huangli Island's meeting hall. At the same time, the other 5 patrol teams were also present. Everyone was in high spirits and was ready to set off. At this time, Lu Ziyuan and a dozen late blood condensation cultivators escorted a man in his 30s into the meeting hall. Everyone looked at this man, but they couldn't find any trace of a cultivator on him. The man walked to the center of the meeting hall and looked at the cultivators around him. He smiled and said, "My name is Yang Xuanmu. For this hunting mission, I will be the backup for Huangli Island. Everyone can fight the demonic beasts without worry. You don't have to worry about the monster enlightened master's revenge." When everyone heard that there was an enlightened master as backup, their faces lit up with joy. Enlightened Master Yang Xuanmu continued, "Recently, a group of demonic beasts has been wantonly killing human cultivators in the demon territory to collect blood and flesh. Their methods are extremely cruel. If you encounter them, you must capture and kill them. If you don't have enough strength, report to me immediately. I will dispatch the nearby cultivators to reinforce you. Do not let them escape." Even though enlightened Master Yang's voice was low, it was filled with killing intent. His voice rang in everyone's ears as if it had some kind of magical power. Lu Ping and the rest engraved it in their hearts, and their fighting spirit soared. Lu Ping had a premonition that they were going to set off a bloody storm in the demon territory. Chapter 150. Suddenly, nearly 100 beams of light soared up from Huangli Island, causing the cultivators on the island to spread the news. After learning that this was a joint hunting operation organized by the North Sea Alliance, several hundred more beams of light flew out from Huangli Island one after another, following the beams of light of the hunting cultivators on Huangli Island and heading in the direction of the demon territory. Similar scenes were playing out on the islands of the various sects in North Sea that were close to the demon territory. A few days later, 18 cultivators flew across the sky above the buffer zone. After a while, another 70 cultivators followed behind them. Niu Dazhuang was flying slower. He complained, "These senior immortals are just relying on their 8th or 9th layer blood condensation realm cultivation. Why do they only care about flying and leave us behind?" Yao Yong was leading the first patrol team on a flaming boat. His 7th layer blood condensation realm cultivation allowed him to fly with ease. When he heard Niu Dazhuang's complaint, he turned his head and smiled. "I'm afraid the senior brothers of the 6 patrol teams are testing us. Anyway, this buffer zone is not dangerous for us." It turned out that when everyone was heading towards the demon territory, the 18 senior immortals from Huangli Island's 6 patrol teams flew towards the demon territory at the same time, leaving everyone behind. At first, The cultivators from the various patrol teams tried their best to chase after the 18 senior immortals. However, as time passed, some of them were not good at flying, and some of them were lacking in spiritual energy. Gradually, some of them fell behind. Lu Ping had been chased by cultivators and beasts that were far stronger than him several times. He had already perfected his escaping skills. If necessary, Lu Ping could even catch up to the 18 senior immortals. However, Lu Ping didn't want to be in the limelight. He only released Lu Dagui, who had just broken through to the mid-stage blood condensation realm, from the spirit beast pouch. He stood on Lu Dagui's broad turtle back and followed behind Yao Yong. After breaking through to the mid-stage blood condensation realm and merging with the primordial giant crocodile's bloodline, Lu Dagui's strength had improved greatly. After being released by Lu Ping, he attracted the attention of many cultivators. Niu Dazhuang and Zhong Jian weren't good at flying, so they landed on Lu Dagui's back to conserve their spiritual energy. At this moment there was a commotion among the third patrol team. A large high-grade flying boat suddenly flew out from the crowd. 12 cultivators from the third patrol team were on the boat. Lin Shang, Li Chang, Li Yu and the others were on the boat. It had only been a year since they last met, and Lin Shang had actually broken through to the 7th layer blood condensation realm. No wonder he was a genius on the same level as Yao Yong back in the Zhenling side courtyard. The third patrol team stood out from the crowd. Li Yu laughed proudly as he looked at the people lagging behind. Li Chang and Lin Shang couldn't help but look at the first group, especially Lu Ping. Their gazes were filled with provocation. At this moment, a carriage suddenly dashed out from the 5th patrol team. This carriage was pulled by 4 fine horses, and there was a cultivator standing on the carriage as the driver. The carriage sped across the sea, leaving 2 white splashes in the air. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the flying boat. Lu Ping looked at the 4 fine horses with curiosity. They were clearly not demonic beasts, but 4 puppet beasts. Moreover, each of them was in the mid-stage blood condensation realm. The appearance of the flying boat and the carriage seemed to have ignited the cultivator's passion. Several bird cries and beast roars could be heard, and a few demonic beasts appeared in the sky. There were also a few demonic beasts running on the surface of the sea. More than a dozen cultivators ran ahead of them. The rest of the cultivators also showed their skills. For a moment, a race between cultivators was staged in the sky above the buffer zone. Yao Yong turned his head and smiled. Looks like we have to show our skills too. We can't let others look down on us for no reason. Yao Yong put his finger in his mouth and blew on it. With a long neigh, a sturdy maroon Qilin horse with 4 hooves burning with raging flames appeared on the surface of the sea. Yao Yong leaped onto the Qilin horse and shouted, "I'll go first." The Qilin horse leapt up with its forelegs and galloped forward. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared without a trace. Only a palm-sized flame was left on the surface of the sea, dragging along with the undulation of the waves. Du Feng snorted coldly. A flying sword hummed, and a cold green light flashed on the surface of the sea. Then Du Feng disappeared. The golden space-piercing flash is indeed extraordinary. Chun Lian praised loudly. Then a ball of red light ignited under his feet. With a flash of red light, only Chun Lian's teasing voice could be heard. "Junior Marshal Brother Lu, capable people do more work. The few of us will be going first." Zhong Jian and Ma Yu looked at each other. Zhong Jian turned to Lu Ping and chuckled. Holding Ma Yu's hand, the two of them replenished each other's transcendence energy. With a shake of the flying magic tool under their feet, they left Lu Ping behind. Twin Wings Art. I can't believe the two of them actually mastered this spell. Lu Ping was speechless. Leng Qian didn't say a word. Suddenly, a pair of ice crystal wings extended from her back. In a flash she chased after the crowd. Shi Lingling giggled. She took out a fiery red jade talisman and injected her transcendence energy into it. Lu Ping's eyes twitched. This senior martial sister was actually using a talisman to travel. The jade talisman glowed red, and Shi Lingling had already turned into a streak of light on the horizon. Lu Ping looked at the remaining people. Zhang Zicheng, Hu Lili, Niu Dazhuang, and Zhang Jia were only at the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm. Their speed was already slow, and they didn't have any good flying magic tools or spirit beasts. When Zhang Zicheng and the others saw that everyone had flying techniques, They could only helplessly laugh bitterly. They planned to fly as fast as they could. At this moment a clear bird cry rang out. The sky above them darkened. A huge demonic bird had already appeared above them. Ignoring the shock that Lu Qin's appearance brought to everyone, Lu Ping hurriedly beckoned Zhang Zicheng, Zhang Jia, and Niu Dazhuang to get on Lu Qin's back. A dissatisfied chirp interrupted Lu Ping's call. The proud Blue Luan was unwilling to let anyone other than Lu Ping sit on its back. Lu Ping had no choice but to persuade it. All right, this time we must find you a few windfire condensed blood pearls in the demonic sea. They'll help you break through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. What do you think? Lu Qin lowered her head and looked at Lu Ping, as if she was weighing the sincerity of Lu Ping's promise. Seeing that her master Lu Ping was about to lose his temper, Lu Qin flapped her wings playfully and agreed to Lu Ping's deal. Once Niu Dazhuang, Zhang Jia, and Zhang Zicheng sat on Lu Qin's back, the Blue Luan let out a long chirp and flapped its wings. The surface of the sea immediately sank, and the Blue Luan flew forward at a speed faster than the other cultivators. Lu Ping gracefully made an inviting gesture. Hu Lili chuckled. Although there was a hint of redness on her delicate face, she still generously placed her jade-like wrist in Lu Ping's outstretched hand. Her wrist landed on Lu Ping's magic cloud pouch. Lu Ping waved his hand and kept Lu Dugui's spirit beast pouch. The magic cloud pouch quickly rose into the clouds and disappeared without a trace. At the boundary of the buffer sea and the demonic sea, Jinling's group of 18 late-stage blood condensation cultivators hovered in the air, waiting for the other cultivators to catch up. I wonder which of those brats will catch up first. Those brats always flaunt their cultivation speed. Today we'll teach them a lesson. Just because they cultivate fast doesn't mean they're strong. The key is whether their foundation is strong or not. If their foundation isn't strong, no matter how fast they cultivate, it'll all be for naught. That's right. Haha, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint all of you this time. Li Cheng of our 3rd Patrol Brigade has a large high-grade flying boat. If the other members of the 3rd Patrol Brigade work together to control it, I believe their speed won't be far from ours. Everyone turned to look at the person who spoke. It was the 3rd Patrol Team's Vice Captain, Li Ziming, who had already reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Master Immortal Zhang of the 3rd Patrol Team couldn't stand Li Ziming's smug expression. He sneered, a high-grade flying ship? That's nothing. I heard that my team's Yuan Zhan also has a high-grade puppet artifact. Who knows who will win? Lu Ziyuan ignored everyone's argument. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky. It's coming. The arguing Master Immortals turned to look at the distant sea. A faint black dot was already flying in their direction. Just when everyone was still guessing whether it was a flying boat or a puppet carriage, a clear and melodious bird cry rang out. Everyone was startled. The small black dot in the distance instantly enlarged, and a gust of wind blew. A huge demon bird had already flown over the heads of the cultivators. The gust of wind blew against their faces, causing everyone's clothes to flutter violently. Li Ziming's expression changed. He shouted, "Not good, a demonic beast is attacking." As he spoke, he threw out a rope-like magic tool. The rope danced in the air, and like a snake, it coiled around the wings of the demon bird. As long as the wings of the demon bird were bound, the demon bird could only wait to be slaughtered. The demonic bird looked huge, but it was extremely nimble in the air. As it flew, it tilted its body and immediately avoided the entanglement of the rope. At the same time, it stretched out its 2 huge claws and grabbed the 2 ends of the rope. Taking advantage of the situation, it tore the rope of the mid-grade magic tool into 2. Li Ziming cried out in distress. "Evil beast, how dare you! Fellow Taoists, this demonic bird is very troublesome. Quickly help me take it down." As soon as Li Ziming finished speaking, a high-grade magic tool appeared in his hand. Just as he was about to use it, he saw the cultivators talking and looking at the scenery. A few of the kind-hearted cultivators wanted to remind him of something, but in the end, they were too embarrassed to say anything. They just looked at him with a strange expression. Li Ziming finally felt that something was wrong. When he looked up, he saw that the demonic bird hadn't gone far. It was circling above everyone's heads and didn't continue to attack them. Li Ziming came to his senses. He spread out his divine sense and found a cultivator sitting on the demonic bird's back. It was a mount. Li Ziming suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. Senior Marshal Brother Li is old enough and his cultivation is high enough. It is reasonable to say that he has enough experience and knowledge. How can you not even distinguish a spirit beast from a demonic beast? A white cloud slowly descended from the sky. A mocking voice came from the cloud. It was the same words that Li Ziming used to mock Lu Ping. If it wasn't Lu Ping, who else could it be? Chapter 151. Li Ziming's face alternated between green and red when he saw the young man and woman walking down from the cloud. Li Ziming had been guarding Huangli Island all these years. Even though his cultivation had reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm, he didn't have much combat experience with demonic beasts. Hence, when he saw the blue Luan, he didn't even use his divine sense to scan it before attacking. The words Lu Ping used to ridicule him were the same words Li Ziming used to ridicule Lu Ping. Now Lu Ping had returned the same words to him. Lu Ping and Hu Lili ignored Li Ziming's blushing face. After greeting Lu Ziyuan, Du Zixing and Fang Ziyan, they stood behind them. At this time, Shi Lingling descended from the sky with a string of laughter. As soon as she landed, she asked Lu Ping nonchalantly, "Junior brother Lu Ping, where did you catch this big bird? It's so beautiful. I want to catch one to play with next time." It turned out that Lu Ping and the others had caught up to Shi Lingling, who had used up all of her talisman's power. When she saw Lu Ping's huge demonic beast, Shi Lingling naturally couldn't bear to use her talisman again. So she hitched a ride with Lu Ping. The late blood condensation realm elders looked at Lu Ping in shock. Initially, they thought that the blue Luan was a mount given to Shi Lingling by her elders. They didn't expect it to be this mid-blood condensation realm disciple's spirit beast. How was this possible? One had to know that the blue Luan was very spiritual and had a strong demonic spiritual energy. Even the late blood condensation realm cultivators didn't have the confidence to capture it alive. Could it be that Lu Ping's strength was even stronger than a late blood condensation realm cultivator? Some of the cultivators had already heard of Lu Ping's dual identity as an alchemist and Lu Xuanling's direct disciple. Only then did they come to a realization. No wonder he has such a famous master. Lu Ping ignored the gazes of the immortals and casually responded to Shi Lingling. Hu Lili, who was beside him, knew that Lu Ping was low-key and didn't want to attract attention. So she pulled Shi Lingling over to Zhang Jia, who had just come down from the back of the Cyan Phoenix. Soon the three women began to sing. Hu Lili was very understanding. Lu Ping looked at Hu Lili gratefully, as if their hearts were connected. Hu Lili also happened to look back at Lu Ping. The two of them smiled knowingly, understanding each other's thoughts from their gazes. A loud roar of magic power came from the horizon, and a huge flying ship came riding the wind and waves. On its side, a puppet carriage was traveling side by side with the flying ship. At this moment, a fire Qilin horse suddenly flashed out from behind the flying ship, and the rider on the horse shouted loudly. Who else could it be but Yao Yong? When they arrived in front of the Master Immortals, the cultivators all disembarked from their flying boats and carriages. They were arguing about which magic artifact had arrived first and how much of a lead they had along the way. Junior brother Lu, when did you guys get ahead of us? Yao Yong's surprised voice instantly drowned out the quarreling voices of the two patrol teams. Everyone's first reaction was that it was impossible. However, to their disappointment, the people standing behind the three leaders of the first patrol team were none other than Lu Ping and his group. I have a spirit beast that's good at flying. Lu Ping ignored everyone's shocked gazes and casually explained. Lu Qin was already in Lu Ping's spirit beast pouch. Since someone had already gotten ahead of them, there was no point in arguing anymore. They could only return to their respective teams in boredom. Li Yu and the others secretly hated Lu Ping for stealing their limelight. Lu Ping naturally wouldn't care about them. However, a person who got off the puppet carriage caught Lu Ping's attention. This person came out of the carriage and only glanced at Lu Ping once. However, this one glance attracted Lu Ping's attention. This person's gaze didn't reveal any obvious jealousy, envy, or admiration like the others. Instead, it was as deep as a pool of still water, deeply hiding his intentions. Lu Ping's eyes lit up. Lu Ping knew this person. His name was Yuan Zhan. In the past, he was defeated by Lu Ping in the grand competition of the True Spirit Side Courtyard. I didn't expect him to also come to Huangli Island. Lu Ping looked at Yuan Zhan, who was in the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, walking expressionlessly into the middle of the 3rd patrol team. He had a feeling that Yuan Zhan was hiding something when he looked at him, but he couldn't tell what it was. He could only suppress this thought in his heart. The cultivators who were chasing after them also arrived. Chunlian, Dufeng, and the others were slightly behind Yao Yong and the others. This also allowed the cultivators to see the strength of the 1st patrol team once again. After everyone arrived, they were about to ask for instructions on their next move. However, they noticed that the immortals leading the teams were all looking in the direction of the demon territory. Just when everyone was puzzled, Lu Ziyan chuckled and said, "This group of demons has a keen sense of smell. They discovered us so quickly. It's not in vain that we waited here for so long." The other cultivators nodded in agreement. Lu Ping spread out his divine sense and discovered that the demon territory was filled with demonic aura. Clearly, a large number of demon beasts were heading in their direction. Lu Ping didn't have time to think about what method the immortals used to attract so many demon beasts. Lu Ziyuan shouted, "First patrol team, form the Tri-Elements 5 Elements formation and prepare for battle." Lu Ping quickly met up with Zhang Zicheng and Hu Lili. The 3 of them formed a small Tri-Elements formation, occupying the east side of the 1st patrol team. The other team members also formed a small Tri-Elements formation, occupying the west, south, and north sides. Then they formed a Tri-Elements formation with Lu Ziyuan, Fang Ziyan, and Du Zixing in the center, forming a larger 5 Elements formation. They were ready for battle with the demon beasts. This was Jinling's Dao Soldier formation. Lu Ping had already seen the primordial giant crocodile's Dao Soldier formation. The overturned Sea's Gang, Xianling sect, and West Hill Island's AI family all had their own Dao Soldier formation. Jinling's Dao Soldier formation was the Tri-Elements 5 Elements formation. Jinling's disciples had to practice it after entering the blood condensation realm and becoming an inner disciple of the sect. Lu Ping was no exception. However, this was the first time Lu Ping used it. The other 5 Sea Patrol troops also set up the same Dao Soldier formation. The 6 formations coordinated with each other and slowly pushed forward. They were not to defend and annihilate the enemy, but to give the demonic beasts a head-on blow. Fang Ziyan was a little worried when he saw Lu Ping, Zhang Zicheng, and Hu Lili forming the Tri-Elements formation. 2 of the other 3 teams had 2 7th-layer blood condensation disciples. The remaining team only had 1 7th-layer blood condensation disciple. The other 2 were 6th-layer blood condensation disciples, Zhong Jian and Ma Yu. Only Lu Ping's team had 2 5th-layer blood condensation disciples, and their leader Lu Ping was only a 6th-layer blood condensation disciple. Fang Ziyan wanted to remind Lu Ziyuan to regroup, but Lu Ziyuan smiled soundlessly and said, "Don't bother." Fang Ziyan had no choice but to look at Du Zixing. Unexpectedly, Du Zixing had the same idea as Lu Ziyuan. Du Zixing had no choice but to pay attention to Lu Ping's Tri-Elements formation to prevent it from being destroyed by the demon beasts. However, Lu Ping's Tri-Elements formation surprised Fang Ziyan. Lu Ping took the lead and summoned a pair of high-grade flying swords. He blocked more than half of the demon beast's attacks. Hu Lili and Zhang Zicheng only guarded behind Lu Ping. They even let go of the sides, allowing Lu Ping to defend and counterattack. The demonic beasts charging at them were mainly in the blood refining realm and early blood condensation realm. Although their strength was not high, their numbers were huge. The small ternary formation was overwhelmed. The 3 immortals in the center formed a ternary formation, ready to provide reinforcements at any time. However, among the 4 Tri-Elements formations of the 1st patrol team, Lu Ping's Tri-Elements formation was impregnable. Although Fang Ziyan paid close attention to it several times, he did not have the chance to make a move. Lu Ping pointed with both hands, and the soaring wing sword slashed 64 times in front of him. 6 early blood condensation realm demon beasts, and 1 mid-blood condensation realm demon beasts that were attacking Lu Ping were instantly stained with blood. Out of the 7 demon beasts, 3 died and 4 were injured. Suddenly, 2 seaweeds rushed out of the water and entangled the 2 injured demon beasts that were trying to retreat behind Lu Ping. The 2 demon beasts struggled fiercely, but they could not break free. At this time, a mid-grade flying sword silently flew over and pierced into one of the demon beasts. The third layer blood condensation realm demon beast flipped over and landed on its belly. By the time the flying sword slashed at the other demon beast, the prawn had already broken free from Hu Lily's entanglement technique. However, it was too late. Zhang Zicheng's flying sword suddenly sped up and cut the escaping prawn demon in half. The wave of the sword is like water flowing into the sea, unstoppable. Lu Ping has comprehended the force realm to the point of perfection. One sword can split into 64 swords, which means he is very close to achieving 81 swords. Legend has it that the first stage of achieving the intent realm is sword refinement, and the minimum requirement for this stage is to split the sword into 81 swords. With this level of swordsmanship, he is only one step away from mastering the sword intent. Fang Xian looked at Lu Ping's swordsmanship in awe. No wonder everyone formed such a seemingly illogical ternary array. No wonder Senior Martial Brother Lu Ziyuan and Senior Martial Brother Lu Ziyuan advised him to ignore Lu Ping's swordsmanship. Lu Ping was simply too strong. Fang Xian believed that even if he were to fight against Lu Ping, he wouldn't be able to tell the outcome until they fought. The attack of the demon beasts only lasted for half an hour before it was defeated by the 6 patrol squads and 90 mid and late blood condensation realm cultivators. The cultivators clearly wanted to exterminate this wave of demon beasts, so the 6 patrol squads changed their formations. The first patrol squad changed from a small ternary formation to 3 smaller 5-elements formations that formed a triangular formation. Each 5-element formation was led by a cultivator. The other squads did the same. At the same time, the other 5 squads flanked the demon beasts from both sides. The first patrol squad was in the center of the encirclement, and the other 5 squads worked together to form a larger formation. At the same time, more than a dozen 8th and 9th layer blood condensation realm cultivators also joined the fray. Not a single demon beast survived the encirclement, and all of them were killed. When the battle ended, the victorious Xunling cultivator let out a shout and cheered. Everyone started dissecting the demon beasts' corpses to retrieve the useful spiritual materials. After this wave of demon beasts dissected the spiritual materials, the cultivators earned several tens of thousands of spirit stones. Although each cultivator only received a few hundred spirit stones, this was their first time making a move, and they did not encounter much difficulty. Furthermore, there were many demon beasts in the demon race's territorial waters. Naturally, there was a bigger harvest waiting for them there. Chapter 152. A Level 8 Blood Condensation Demonic Beast. A great white shark about 30 meters long suddenly leaped out of the water. It opened its huge mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. It charged towards Lu Ping as if it wanted to swallow Lu Ping whole. Huangli Island's group arrived at the demon territory. After killing a wave of demonic beasts, the 6 patrol squads went their separate ways. Lu Ping's first patrol squad headed east. It was already the 7th day. During these 7 days under Lu Ziyuan's leadership, the first patrol squad didn't hunt demonic beasts on a large scale. On the contrary, they avoided many demonic beast hordes until they discovered this group of shark demons. Sai, isn't it just killing a level 6 blood condensation realm shark demon? Is there a need to fight so desperately? Lu Ping thought angrily. Those 3 over there are much more ruthless than me. 3 level 7 blood condensation realm white sharks have already died in their hands. Why don't I fight them to the death? Demonic beasts are the typical type of people who bully the weak and fear the strong. Lu Ping couldn't care less about his own thoughts. Seeing that the great white shark was about to swallow him whole, Lu Ping had no choice but to release a dark cloud above his head. The great white shark didn't understand what was going on, but it still rammed into the cloud. However, it discovered that it was as if it had rammed into a ball of cotton. It lost track of the human cultivator who killed its son. There was no force around it, but it also felt as if there was a force around it. After the shark demon's huge impact was mitigated, the great white shark suddenly felt that its surroundings had become slippery again. The shark demon's huge body began to slide into the sea. In the dark clouds, a sword light flashed like a bolt of lightning, leaving a massive wound on the shark monster's body. With a loud putong sound, the great white shark that fell from the clouds created a massive splash. At the same time, a trail of bright red blood spread out along with the splash. A thick dark cloud was still floating above Lu Ping's head. Lu Ping looked at it with satisfaction. This was the top-grade defensive mystic instrument Lu Ping had obtained from the Blood Condensation Realm's cloudy sky. The shark demon, which had suffered a sneak attack from Lu Ping while falling, attacked Lu Ping again. Lu Ping's wound was bleeding, and the great white shark became even more violent. Lu Ping wanted to use landslide to smash this persistent shark into pieces. At the same time, he wanted to test the power of the top-grade landslide. However, in the past few days since entering the demon territory, Lu Ping's performance had been very eye-catching. Lu Ping couldn't bear to use another top-grade mystic instrument to destroy the fragile confidence of Yao Yong and the others. The shark demon's perseverance made it impossible for Lu Ping to kill it in a short period of time. At this moment, a jade plate was suddenly thrown into the sea below Lu Ping's feet. At the same time, 6 mid-grade spirit stones appeared around Lu Ping. The spirit stones exploded one by one, and the spirit energy they emitted suddenly formed an inexplicable connection with the jade plate below Lu Ping's feet. Lu Ping's divine sense suddenly became dazzled. At this moment, the great white shark pounced towards Lu Ping again. However, for some unknown reason, the direction of the great white shark's attack deviated slightly. As the great white shark pounced, its accompanying spells also struck the side of Lu Ping's body. It was as if the great white shark was hallucinating at this moment. Spell formation. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He easily dodged Lu Ping's attack and stabbed the great white shark's body with the soaring wing sword, creating 12 bloody holes in the shark's body. Lu Ping turned his head and saw Hu Lili concentrating on controlling an array plate in her hand. This jade plate was connected to the array plate below Lu Ping's feet. At this moment, Hu Lili was already sweating profusely. It was obvious that using this kind of hastily set up simple spell formation to control a late blood condensation great white shark was beyond Hu Lili's capabilities. Fortunately, the spell formation was only a support. The real combat power was still Lu Ping. The great white shark didn't notice that its attack missed. After being stabbed 12 bloody holes by Lu Ping, the excruciating pain caused the shark to swing its huge tail the moment it fell into the water, causing water to splash everywhere. Each water droplet contained a trace of demonic spiritual energy. Some of the water droplets whistled towards Lu Ping and Hu Lili's direction. Lu Ping waved his hands. The cloudy sky was like a flowing cloud, stacking up in front of Hu Lili. The water droplets shot into the cloudy sky like a river flowing into the sea silent. Lu Ping brandished the soaring wing sword. With a series of ping ping pang pang sounds, all the water droplets were blocked by him. Lu Ping didn't even have time to retract the soaring wing sword. From the side, a low sound of something coming out of the water could be heard. The shark demon had already charged over with killing intent. Fortunately, Hu Lili was using all her strength to activate the spell formation. The great white shark's direction was wrong. Lu Ping activated the wave treading technique to avoid it. At the same time, he retracted the soaring wing sword. Unexpectedly, after the great white shark missed its attack, it suddenly turned its body in mid-air. The fin on its back extended by more than a foot. Demonic spiritual energy circulated around the fin. Under the sunlight, it flashed with a biting cold light as it slashed towards Lu Ping. At this moment, Lu Ping didn't have time to retract the cloudy sky. The soaring wing sword and the two swords combined. Lu Ping used all his strength to execute the Great River Flow's East Sword technique. He pushed his Fa Li to the extreme. 64 sword auras followed the soaring wing sword's trajectory, and instantly hit the same spot at the root of the fin. Clang! Although the 64 sword auras came one after the other, they all hit the same spot in an instant. The sound of metal clashing mixed together, and only this sound was left. A 3-foot-long triangular fin was chopped off by Lu Ping, and Lu Ping was also sent flying more than 100 feet away by the great white shark's impact. The soaring wing swords wailed in pain as the two of them left a deep gash on the sword. Lu Ping stabilized his body with great difficulty. His chest was still stuffy. Fortunately, he had the protection of the high-grade inner armor, so Lu Ping wasn't seriously injured. The great white shark suffered heavy injuries. Its huge body that was leaping in the air could no longer maintain its balance. It miserably fell into the water, creating a huge splash. The North Sea wave listening technique was quickly activated. A steady stream of Fa Li accompanied his blood vessels to replenish Lu Ping's entire body. The great white shark, which had already been repeatedly toyed with by Lu Ping, had already gone mad. The great white shark that had 2 layers of teeth opened its mouth and spat. The outer layer of 108 saw teeth shot towards Lu Ping's direction. It was this move again. It seemed that demonic beasts often refine the sharp teeth in their mouths into magic tools. These magic tools refined from teeth were like flying needles. They were a huge threat to all kinds of protective magic techniques. The range of their attack was large and extremely difficult to dodge. Hu Lily's formation also lost its effectiveness. Moreover, these sharp teeth could also combine together to form an even higher grade magic tool. It was very troublesome. Lu Ping withdrew the cloudy sky to protect his body. At the same time, the soaring wing sword formed a sword wave around the cloudy sky. It knocked away the sharp-toothed magic tools as much as possible, delaying the time it took for them to form a higher-grade magic tool. Just as Lu Ping dodged the sharp teeth, the great white shark turned its body sideways and swept its huge tail towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping jumped to avoid the great white shark's attack. At the same time, the soaring wing sword left 2 3-feet-long wounds on the shark demon's body. The shark's tail swept through the air. However, its tail fin flashed with a luster. A glittering water blade flew out from it and slashed towards the other side. Not good, I was fooled. Lu Ping turned pale with fright. The direction in which the water blade flew towards was Hu Lily's position. What a cunning great white shark! In this kind of situation, it still did not lose its rationality. After the human cultivator dodged its attack several times in a row, the shark demon finally felt that something was wrong. The biggest suspect was the human female cultivator hiding behind this human cultivator. At this time, because Lu Ping dodged the great white shark's attack, he had already fallen to the other side. It was already too late to rescue Hu Lily. In a moment of desperation, Lu Ping shot out a cyan ray of light from his hand. At this time, the great white shark also had no time to dodge. Could only take the attack head-on. Originally, the great white shark believed that although this human cultivator was powerful, under the protection of its own astral energy, the high-grade magic artifact in the human cultivator's hand would only be able to inflict a few more wounds on it. As long as it could kill the human female cultivator on the other side, it would have a chance to fight against this human cultivator. However, after the cyan sword light in Lu Ping's hand slashed out, the shark demon suddenly issued a terrified roar. Its magic power surged and it tried its best to fall towards the surface of the sea. However, Lu Ping did not give it the opportunity. The cyan sword light flashed and disappeared. The astral energy on the surface of the great white shark's body did not have the slightest effect. Its tyrannical Yao body became extremely fragile, and the great white shark was cut into 2 by Lu Ping. At this time, Hu Lily, who had been hiding behind Lu Ping, was facing the biggest crisis since entering the demon race's sea area. The great white shark tried every possible way to divert Lu Ping away from the front in order to kill this human female cultivator, who had been causing trouble for it. The spiritual power fluctuations contained in the water blade made Hu Lily's complexion turn pale. Fortunately, she did not lose her reason. A mid-grade wooden shield was put in front of her. At the same time, her hand shot out 2 mid-grade crystal talismans that Lu Ping had given her. This water blade was the white shark's all-out attack. Naturally, its power was huge. The 2 crystal shields formed by the crystal talismans were instantly shattered by the water blade. The mid-grade wooden shield was also cut into pieces. Hu Lily only had time to shoot out a wooden vine technique before she was cut by the water blade. Lu Ping's eyes were bloodshot. He flew towards Hu Lily, who had been sent flying by the water blade, and held her in his arms. Then he landed on the magic cloud. Lu Ping saw that Hu Lily's pretty face was pale, and there was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. He hurriedly checked her injuries. However, he found that only her internal organs had been shaken. Her injuries were not serious. Lu Ping did not have time to think clearly. Seeing that Hu Lily was not seriously injured, he let out a long sigh of relief. He repeatedly said, "Fortunately, fortunately." However, he heard Hu Lily giggle and say, "You forgot about the high-grade inner armor." Lu Ping suddenly realized what was going on. It was only then that he saw a big cut on Hu Lily's clothes around her abdomen. The golden glow of her inner armor had dimmed a little, but it was still flowing with spiritual energy. On the surface of the sea, The cultivators of the first patrol squad had the upper hand in the battle against the sharks. However, it would still take some time for them to completely annihilate this group of monsters. Lu Ping did not allow Hu Lili to interfere no matter what. He left behind the best healing pills and instructed her to recuperate on the magic cloud. Lu Ping dismounted from the magic cloud, but he was still worried. He decided to summon Yin Tian to surround the magic cloud, making it look like a dome made of clouds. The sharks had lost an 8th layer blood condensation realm leader, and Lu Ping was a new force. With the addition of 1 9th layer blood condensation realm and 2 8th layer blood condensation realm cultivators, the first patrol squad finally managed to kill all 12 sharks. Chapter 153. Harvests were always exciting moments. Among the 12 white sharks, 6 of them were at the late blood condensation realm. The shark demons had a lot of good stuff on them. For example, the shark demon's fangs were excellent spiritual materials for forging magic tools. Niu Dezhuang, who got 72 fangs, was already pestering Chan Lian to forge a high-grade magic tool, a mace. This guy was very interested in violent weapons. Shark demon's fins were not only good ingredients for cultivators, but Lu Ping also had a few pill recipes that used shark fins as ingredients. The shark monster's fins and tail were also extraordinary. At the very least, Lu Ping's soaring wing swords weren't able to gain the upper hand, especially the dorsal fin that Lu Ping had chopped off with all his might. Lu Ping had already kept it away. Haha, look at this. With Chun Lian's help, Zhongjian and Ma Yu killed a 7th level blood condensation realm shark demon. There were actually 7 condensed blood pearls in it. Zhongjian and Ma Yu were both at the peak of the 6th level blood condensation realm, only 1 step away from the late blood condensation realm. Although the condensed blood pearls didn't match their cultivation techniques, they could still exchange them for condensed blood pearls that they needed. After this hunting mission, the 2 of them would definitely break through to the late blood condensation realm. The group hid in the monster territory for several days until they discovered and eliminated the group of shark monsters. Naturally, Lu Ping and the others realized that Lu Ziyuan and the other 2 senior martial brothers were carrying a secret mission from the sect. Just like Lu Ziyuan, Zhongjian was also a disciple of perfected Master Guoxian Shan. Although he was only an in-name disciple, he had a good relationship with Lu Ziyuan, and Lu Ziyuan also took good care of this little junior brother. Zhongjian saw that everyone had finished collecting the spoils of war and Lu Ziyuan had instructed everyone to rest on a coral reef, so he came over and asked, "4th senior brother, we've been concealing our tracks these few days. Is it because of this group of shark demons?" Everyone had their own questions. Hearing Zhongjian's question, everyone who was recovering their arcane energy turned to look at him. Lu Ziyuan laughed. "Everyone can see it, but you just can't hold it in." Zhongjian smiled embarrassedly. Fang Xian, who was next to him, said with a smile, "Since the mission has been completed, it doesn't matter if I tell you. Do you still remember the battle that made Han Weiyun famous by Xianling sect as one of the 18 Northern Sea generals?" When everyone heard Fang Xian mention Han Weiyun, they all laughed. Speaking of this Han Weiyun, after being besieged by the demonic beasts, Xianling sect praised him as a hero who turned the tide of the battle. Even though he was defeated, he still had a glorious image. Because of this, Xianling sect managed to become one of the North Sea's 18 generals. As a result, Xianling sect also occupied 2 seats in the 18 generals of the North Sea's 18 generals, keeping up with Xinling. Han Weiyun did not disappoint them. He performed outstandingly in the following few expeditions to hunt demon beasts. However, not long after, the Fury Ocean clan of the Overflowing Seas gang spread the news that Han Weiyun was able to escape from the demon soldiers' encirclement because, in order to escape, he had thrown down the dozens of rogue cultivators who had followed him as bait, attracting the attention of the demon soldiers. On the contrary, Ai Buitao of West Hill Island did not abandon the rogue cultivators who had followed him. The title of North Sea's 18 generals was well deserved. When the news spread, the North Sea's cultivation world was in an uproar. Many cultivators did not believe the Overflowing Seas gang's words due to its bad reputation. Moreover, Xianling sect was the leader of the North Sea's cultivation world. Why would they support such a disciple? However, the Overflowing Seas gang swore that it was true. Moreover, there was another person involved, Ai Buitao of West Hill Island, who was also one of the 18 generals of the North Sea. Of course, Ai Buatao knew the truth. When Xianling sect promoted Han Weiyun to the sect leader position, they had also kindly reminded the Ai family. In return, when Xianling sect promoted Han Weiyun, they also praised Ai Buatao, causing Ai Buatao's reputation to rise to another level in the North Sea. Correspondingly, the Ai family in West Hill Island also benefited a lot. After Han Weiyun's plot was exposed, Ai Buatao could only choose to remain silent in the face of many cultivators' questions. This was because many of the rogue cultivators who had followed him out of the encirclement had followed him. Firstly, they were grateful to him for saving their lives. Secondly, Xianling sect had already started to promote Han Weiyun. Because the rogue cultivators knew the truth, they were afraid that they would be killed by Xianling sect, so they could only seek protection from the Ai family. If Ai Buatao denied the news about the Overflowing Seas gang, the cultivators who followed him would definitely be bitterly disappointed. They might even choose to leave because they were afraid that the Ai family would compromise with Xianling sect. More importantly, the Overflowing Seas gang chose to reveal the truth a year after the incident. In this year, as Ai Buatao's reputation rose, more and more cultivators followed him. As one of the achievements that made him famous, almost all of the cultivators who followed him knew the truth. Ai Buatao wanted to win people's hearts, so this matter could not be denied. Ai Buatao's silence was equivalent to tacitly agreeing that Han Weiyun abandoned the North Sea rogue cultivators to escape. Naturally, Han Weiyun faced the criticism of the North Sea cultivators. Of course, there was also the possibility that Jinling and the other sects were adding fuel to the fire. Xianling sect's reputation in the North Sea suffered another blow. The West Tomb Islands Ai family's relationship with Xianling sect plummeted. Xianling sect kept making things difficult for Ai Buatao. Ai Buatao's days were not good, but he won the sincere support of the cultivators who followed him. After that, there was news that after Han Weiyun became one of the North Sea's 18 generals, he went out to sea several times to hunt demonic beasts. Among the cultivators who accompanied him, there were a few Xianling 9th layer blood condensation realm experts. More than half of Han Weiyun's battle achievements were thanks to these experts. The Overflowing Seas gang stirred up the North Sea into an uproar, but they themselves disappeared without a trace. Fang Xian brought up Han Weiyun's matter because ever since the demon soldiers set up an ambush for human cultivators in the monster territory outside Autumn Cloud Island, the demonic beasts in that area became rampant. They killed human cultivators in a frenzy and collected their blood as food. No cultivators near Autumn Cloud Island dared to go out to sea from there. Recently, the demonic cultivators in that area began to spread to the various powers' territories in the North Sea. They formed a large group of demonic beasts and planned a large-scale attack on the cultivators who ventured deep into the monster territory. Many half-transformed demonic cultivators kept clamoring to collect human blood as food. Jinling had his own sources of information and discovered that there was a mastermind behind the demonic beasts' rampage. These demonic beasts hunted cultivators on a large scale in the North Sea and collected blood as food. At the same time, they also made contact with many enlightened demonic cultivators. This time, the group of shark demons that Jinling ambushed was a group that had received orders to contact the enlightened demonic cultivators. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Lu Ping and the rest began to focus on recovering their arcane energy. Hu Lily's injuries were not serious. Moreover, she had the essence-augmenting pill that Lu Ping gave her. Moreover, she was only assisting Lu Ping during the ambush, so she did not expend much arcane energy. Hence, Hu Lily was in charge of keeping watch. Half a day later, not only did Lu Ping recover his arcane energy, he also cultivated for a while. Satisfied, he stopped the circulation of the North Sea wave listening technique. Recently, in the process of hunting demonic beasts, Lu Ping discovered that every battle stimulated his potential, and his arcane energy would improve. After opening his eyes, Lu Ping was instantly startled. In front of him, a dozen pairs of eyes were staring at him with intense envy, jealousy, and hatred. Even the usually steady elder immortal Lu Ziyuan was no exception. Lu Ping turned to look at Hu Lily, only to see her playfully sticking out her tongue and making a funny face. Hu Lily had always displayed her mature and graceful side in front of Lu Ping. This time Lu Ping was mesmerized by her rare girlish demeanor. Zhongjian pretended to cough twice and waved his hand in front of Lu Ping's eyes. Ahem, junior martial brother Lu? Come back to your senses, come back to your senses. Lu Ping calmly turned his head and looked at Zhongjian. Surprisingly, there wasn't the slightest trace of embarrassment on his face. Instead, it scared Zhongjian. He quickly said, Junior martial brother Lu, senior martial sister Hu, Lily is right there. You don't have to look at me like that. Lu Ping helplessly looked at Ma Yu, who was beside him. Ma Yu smiled and said, all right, don't make fun of junior martial brother Lu. Then he turned to Lu Ping and asked, Junior martial brother Lu, your cultivation is too extravagant. I know that junior martial brother Lu is rich, but can you bear to cultivate like this? It turned out that after everyone began their recovery cultivation, Lu Ping first placed a white praying mat under his body. The praying mat was engraved with complicated spirit arrays. Obviously, it was a high-grade spirit gathering praying mat. Then, Lu Ping put a water-attributed blood spirit pill in his mouth. Then, he held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand and began to cultivate. After Lu Ping started to circulate his spiritual power, an ancient jade pendant hanging on Lu Ping's waist suddenly emitted a purple light. A purple cloud spread out and surrounded Lu Ping. While absorbing the surrounding spiritual qi, there was also a calming aura surging around, allowing cultivators to enter the state of cultivation faster and increase the effect of cultivation. Compared to Lu Ping's extravagant cultivation method, the members of the first patrol team only swallowed a pill, some used a mid-grade spirit stone, and some only used a handful of low-grade spirit stones. Even Lu Ziyuan, Du Zixing, and the others only swallowed a pill and used 2 mid-grade spirit stones. At the same time, everyone also discovered that Lu Ping's extravagant cultivation method took longer than everyone else's. This meant that Lu Ping's spiritual power was more profound than everyone else's. This was the only reason why Lu Ping needed so much time to recover. After coming to this conclusion, everyone was once again speechless at Lu Ping's strength. No wonder he was able to stay in the Monster Sea region for 5 years. No wonder he was respected by Master Jiang and Master Lu, and was even accepted as a personal disciple by Master Lu Xianling when he was still in the mid-blood condensation realm. No wonder he was able to fight against an 8th-layer blood condensation realm demonic beast. Lu Ping felt awkward being stared at by everyone. At the same time, he was secretly wary of being too ostentatious. Fortunately, the first patrol team was on their own now. Everyone, including Master Immortal Lu, was on good terms with him. Yao Yong, Zhongjian, and the others were his good friends. If he cultivated like this in front of others, he might attract unwanted attention. Seeing Lu Ping's uneasiness, Lu Ziyuan took out a jade slip and said, "This is the reward we obtained from the 9th-layer blood condensation realm shark demon. Demonic beasts rarely use jade slips to transmit information. Most of them use jade slips after they transform into enlightened beings. It seems like we have gained a lot from this operation." Everyone hurried Lu Ziyuan to check the contents of the jade slip. Lu Ziyuan released his divine sense and tore the seal on the jade slip. Suddenly he shouted, "Not good." A ball of light suddenly shot out from the jade slip and flew towards the east. Lu Ziyuan, Du Ziyuan, and Feng Qiu couldn't stop it in time. Lu Ziyuan looked at the jade slip in his hand and said hurriedly, "This is a jade slip that was engraved with divine sense. On the outside, it was engraved with a sealing array formation to disguise it. Once the array formation is broken with divine sense, the warning array formation will be activated. The ball of light just now is a warning array formation to the nearby enlightened beings. We need to leave quickly. If we are too late, the enlightened beings will catch up to us." Chapter 154. A blood condensation cultivator's divine sense couldn't detect a jade slip inscribed by a core forging enlightened master. Lu Ziyuan failed to detect the jade slip, and instead triggered the warning talisman sealed in the jade slip. Lu Du and Feng quickly called for everyone to leave. If they were too late, they might encounter a core forging enlightened master. The cultivators ran south in panic, but they were too late. In just half an hour, a deep roar came from the sea. The roar got closer and more frequent. The roar was like a command. While the group was escaping, monster beasts jumped out of the sea to block their way. Even though these demonic beasts were only in the blood refining realm or early blood condensation realm, and were easily killed by the group, they still managed to slow down the group's speed. Finally, after Lu Ziyuan killed a mid-stage blood condensation realm crab, a green-clothed cultivator appeared on the sea behind them. 8 azure tentacles danced behind Brother Tsing-yi as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He only took one step, but the distance between him and the group was shortened by a large margin. Lu Ziyuan's pupils shrank. He looked at the blue tentacles behind Brother Tsing-yi and said coldly, "Divine sense manifestation. He really is a core forging enlightened master." Seeing that Brother Tsing-yi was about to catch up to them, Lu Ziyuan shouted, "Formation!" At the same time he took out a sound-transmitting magic sword from his storage bag, whispered a few words and threw it out. The magic sword flashed in the air. It was obviously a core forging enlightened master's weapon. Brother Tsing-yi didn't stop it. Instead, he walked to the front of the formation and asked, "Did you kill the Golden Jiao Island's messenger?" A huge aura pressed down on the group. Everyone's breathing stagnated. Lu Ping had faced the aura of a mid-stage core forging enlightened master, Xian Jing. He was much stronger than Brother Tsing-yi, so he didn't mind. Lu Ziyuan said solemnly, "Junior and the others have indeed killed several shark monsters." Brother Tsing-yi said, "Then the jade slip that Golden Fled Dragon Island Master gave me is also with you?" Lu Ziyuan knew these things and couldn't deny it, so he said, "Yes." When Brother Tsing-yi saw Lu Ziyuan's straightforward answer, he chuckled and said, "You do have some guts. Now I'll give you 2 options. One is to return the jade slip to me. If I'm happy, I might take you as my servants and let you live. The second option is to use this formation to exchange blows with me. You just sent out a sound-transmitting magic sword, so you should be asking for help. Let's see if you can persevere under my attack until help arrives." Lu Ziyuan didn't even think about it and said, "This junior chooses the second option." Brother Tsing-yi was still smiling. "I knew you wouldn't shed a tear until you see the coffin." He had only just said that when the cyan-robed cultivator casually waved his hand and the 8 blue tentacles waving about behind him abruptly merged into one. The merged tentacles suddenly elongated, and it smashed towards the cultivators within the magic array. Lu Ziyuan controlled the formation, and the arcane energy of the 15 people converged under the effect of the 3 elements 5 elements formation. Lu Ziyuan's 9th layer blood condensation realm cultivation rose steadily, and his aura grew stronger and stronger. When he saw the blue tentacle coming towards him, he used his top-grade mountain splitting axe and chopped at 5 different parts of the blue tentacle. His aura was no less powerful than Brother Tsing-yi's. The cyan-clothed cultivator let out a cry of surprise. Clearly, the power of this magic array had exceeded his expectations. However, the cyan-clothed cultivator did not mind. His blue tentacle nimbly shook off the mountain-splitting axe's attack and swept towards Hu Lili, who was inside the magic array. Clearly, the cyan-clothed cultivator had discovered that the injured Hu Lili was the weakest link of the magic array. The formation quickly changed. Lu Ziyuan pointed at the seawater, and a stream of seawater turned into a water snake that coiled around the blue tentacle. The blue tentacle fiercely shook, shattering the water snake into a rain of water. However, the blue tentacle was blocked, and Lu Ziyuan had already directed the array formation to move away from the blue tentacle's attack range. The blue tentacle's attack missed. "Oh," the green-robed cultivator said, "so it's the Zhenling Sex Dao soldier formation, the 3 elements 5 elements formation. This is interesting. If you hand over that jade slip to me, I'll let you go. How about it?" Brother Tsing-yi was clearly afraid of Zhenling's power, so he took a step back. Lu Ziyuan said resolutely, "Please forgive me, senior. This is impossible." Brother Tsing-yi's expression changed. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do you really think I can't do anything to you, Zhenling's formation?" Brother Tsing-yi was angry, and the 8 blue tentacles behind him were immediately wrapped in a layer of grayish-white. The 8 tentacles suddenly lost their previous power as they waved. Lu Ziyuan said with a dignified expression, "It's actually the one with the tool and will. It seems that this Yao cultivator has not condensed a magic weapon. However, the power of the one with the tool and will is not inferior to the power of a magic weapon." As soon as Lu Ziyuan's voice fell, the 8 tentacles danced chaotically and smashed toward the 3 elements 5 elements formation from different directions. Lu Ziyuan chopped horizontally with his mountain-splitting axe and blocked 2 tentacles in a row. The grayish-white tentacles were weak, And although the power of the mountain-splitting axe was huge, the tentacles were not damaged at all. Lu Ziyuan was shocked. Each tentacle was a top-grade magic weapon, and the 8 tentacles were 8 top-grade magic weapons. Under the unity of the green-robed immortal's divine thoughts, the power was equivalent to 8 magic weapons. Lu Ziyuan hurriedly turned his head to look at the others. Du and Feng worked together to block 2 tentacles, but they were shocked by the strange power of the tentacles, and the mana in their bodies was tumbling, and they almost lost control. Yao Yong, Du Feng, and the others worked together to block 3 of the remaining 5 tentacles, but each of them was bleeding from the corner of their mouth. Obviously, they had suffered internal injuries. However, they did not leave their positions, so their injuries were obviously not serious. Lu Ping's soaring wing swords danced in the air and a strong arcane energy surged into his body. Lu Ping knew this was the power of the array formation. It allowed everyone in the array formation to temporarily borrow the arcane energy of others to block attacks from outside the array formation. The soaring wing swords were like 2 fluttering butterflies, flying around one of the tentacles that was coming for Hu Lili. The sword lights shuttled back and forth like fluttering snowflakes, flickering with a sparkling luster as they stuck to the tentacle. The tentacle was abnormally agile. Every time the soaring wing sword came into contact with it, it would be bounced back. However, after over 100 sword beams slashed at the tentacle finally deviated from its target and swept away nothing. Just as Lu Ping repelled a tentacle, he heard a few screams behind him. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat, and when he turned his head to look, he saw Niu Dazhuang, Zhang Jie, Zhang Zicheng, and Hu Lili working together to resist the last tentacle, but they were whipped away by the cyan-robed man. Niu Dazhuang and Zhang Zicheng were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. Their mouths were full of blood in the air, and the 2 magic artifacts they used to resist were also shattered. Zhang Jie and Hu Lili were slightly better off, only their magic artifacts were broken, and Hu Lili was protected by her inner armor, so her injuries were the lightest. Just as the 4 of them were about to be caught by the waving tentacle, suddenly 8 tentacles made of seawater rose from the surface of the sea. These 8 tentacles wrapped around the incoming tentacle, and in an instant, the 8 pillars of water were broken. However, it was at this moment that Niu Dazhuang and the others were rescued by Lu Ziyuan and the others. With the crystal bowl in hand, Lu Ping quickly met up with Lu Ziyuan and the others. The Tri-Elements 5 Elements formation had been broken, and Niu Dazhuang and the others were seriously injured. Lu Ping could only form a broken formation with Lu Ziyuan and the others. Lu Ping used the top-grade crystal bowl that he had obtained from Yuan Shikong of the Overflowing Oceans sect to launch a surprise attack from the side, but he could only entangle 1 tentacle for a moment. The green-clothed Taoist master saw that Lu Ping and the others were still stubbornly standing in formation. He sneered disdainfully, "Ignorant fools." The 8 tentacles behind him attacked from different directions. This time he used his full strength. Just as everyone was preparing to fight to the death, a sudden clap of thunder sounded in the sky. The 8 waving ash-gray tentacles were struck by lightning falling from the sky, and began to tremble as if they were convulsing. The green-clothed Taoist cried out in alarm, and retreated one after another. The surface of the 8 ash-gray tentacles flashed with blue light, and the spasming tentacles immediately recovered. They danced in front of the green-clothed Taoist, protecting him. Lu Ping and the others were planning to fight to the death, but who knew that after a burst of lightning, a 3-foot-long peachwood sword would appear in front of everyone. The sword's tip flickered with lightning, and it pointed at the green-clothed Taoist from afar. "Who is it?" the green-clothed Taoist asked in a stern voice. "Humph!" A cold snort sounded, and a streak of light flashed in front of everyone. A Jinling cultivator in his 30s had already appeared in front of everyone. The peachwood sword let out a light hum, and it spun happily above the newcomer's head. Lu Ping and the others were overjoyed. The newcomer was Taoist Yang Xuanmu, whom they had met on Huangli Island. "I am Yang Xuanmu, a cultivator of the Jinling Profound Wood Mansion. You must be the North Sea Demon cultivator, Taoist Zhang Bao? You actually dared to attack a blood condensation cultivator? It seems that you are disregarding our agreement," Taoist Yang Xuanmu coldly said. "What a joke," the green-clothed Taoist said sternly. "Killing a few blood condensation minor repairs is nothing. If you want to stop me today, I will kill you as well." With that said, the 8 tentacles behind the green-clothed Taoist swept towards Taoist Yang Xuanmu. The 8 tentacles moved in an orderly manner, as if forming a formation, surrounding Taoist Yang Xuanmu in the middle of the 8 tentacles. 2 majestic auras soared into the sky, scaring away the clouds in the sky. Lu Ziyan shouted, "Retreat!" Lu Ping pulled Hu Lili to his side. The other injured cultivators were also supported by Yao Yong and the others, and they quickly distanced themselves from the area where the 2 Taoists were fighting. Just as everyone retreated 100 zhang away, a deafening roar of magic came from behind them. The aftershock of the battle spread out, and the coral island that everyone had just rested on completely collapsed into the sea. The seawater was pushed by a powerful force, forming huge waves that were tens of zhang high, chasing after everyone like a tsunami. Lu Ping and the others retreated a distance of 5 li before they were able to avoid the area where the 2 Taoists were fighting. At this time, there were no traces of the 2 Taoists on the surface of the sea. Only 8 huge tentacles could be seen waving in the sky like whips. At the same time, a ball of lightning kept flashing in the middle of the tentacles. Chapter 155. This was Lu Ping's first time fighting with a core forging enlightened master. It was also the first time he saw a battle between core forging enlightened masters. The shock brought by the enlightened masters made Lu Ping realize the insurmountable gap between the blood condensation realm and the core forging realm. The battle between the 2 enlightened masters didn't last for too long. The lightning ball representing Yang Xianmu suddenly exploded, and blue lightning flashed in all directions. The 8 tentacles were hit once again, and a magnificent sword light pierced through the cage formed by the tentacles. The surface of the sword light flickered with electric sparks, and the cage was completely broken. A mournful howl resounded, and the 8 heavily wounded tentacles swung backward in unison. A green shadow flashed in the sky and disappeared, only leaving behind an unwilling roar. "Yang Xuanmu, I was defeated by you today because I haven't condensed my natal magic treasure yet. When we meet again in the future, I will definitely take revenge for this enmity." A clear voice was heard, "Take care, enlightened Master Zhang. I will be waiting for you." The aftermath of the battle dissipated, and enlightened Master Yang arrived on the sea. Lu Ping followed Lu Ziyuan and the others to greet him. After listening to Lu Ziyuan's narration, enlightened Master Yang took the jade slip in his hand and scanned it with his divine sense. Everyone saw enlightened Master Yang's solemn expression and didn't dare to speak. After a while, enlightened Master Yang put away the jade slip and turned to look at Lu Ping strangely, which made Lu Ping feel puzzled. Enlightened Master Yang smiled at Lu Ziyuan and said, "It seems like it's just as our sect expected. The demon beasts in the demon territory have been behaving strangely recently. It's really Golden Jiao Islands doing behind the scenes. I already know about this. Our sect's original plan remains unchanged. Continue to hunt in the demon territory and move south at the same time. You must reach the demon territory outside Autumn Cloud Island before July. The sect will inform you of the next step of your mission." Lu Ziyuan, Du Zixing, and Fang Ziyan nodded in agreement. Obviously, they already knew about this. After enlightened Master Yang instructed the 3, he turned to look at Lu Ping with a strange expression and asked, "You're Lu Ping? The mid-stage blood condensation realm alchemy grandmaster under martial uncle Lu Zipping?" Lu Ping did not understand and could only answer, "This junior is Lu Zipping." Taoist Master Yang chuckled and said, "Did you kill the 4th son of the island master of Golden Flood Dragon Island?" Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. He recalled the 7th layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile he killed. The other 3 primordial crocodiles called it Old 4. Could this crocodile be the 4th son of the Golden Jiao Dragon Island Lord? Lu Ping didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but from Taoist Yang's tone, this Golden Flood Dragon Island was obviously the location of a tyrannical force. To him, it was definitely not a good thing. Lu Ping hesitated for a moment before replying, "Junior killed a 7th layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile about a year ago." Hiss! Before Lu Ping could finish his words, Yao Yong and the others had already sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lu Ziyuan and the others had looks of disbelief on their faces. Over a year ago, this brat is only at the 5th layer of the blood condensation realm. He actually killed a 7th layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile? One had to know that the primordial crocodile enjoyed the same status as the green sea snake in the monster race. A 7th-layer blood condensation realm primordial crocodile was considered invincible among its peers. Even 8th-layer blood condensation realm cultivators were no match for it. Yet, Lu Ping killed it in a one-on-one fight. Lu Ping didn't know how to react to everyone's strange gazes. Fortunately, Taoist Master Yang Xuanmu laughed and said, "It's really you." As expected of martial Uncle Lu's disciple. Immediately after, Yang Xuanmu's smile disappeared. He patted Lu Ping's shoulder and said, "Junior brother, you're in trouble." After saying that, he crushed the jade slip he obtained from the shark demon. The jade slip shattered and formed a water screen in midair. On the water screen was a portrait of a person. The portrait was extremely lifelike. Who else could it be but Lu Ping? Taoist Master Yang Xuanmu said in a serious tone, "Junior brother Lu, the Golden Jiao Islands Lord has a lot of influence in the North Sea monster race. You killed his youngest son, so this portrait is your wanted poster. You'll be rewarded with an artifact. Junior brother, you'll have to face the endless pursuit of monster beasts." Lu Xian saw that Lu Ping was at a loss, so he quickly asked, "Senior brother Yang, what do you think we should do?" Taoist Master Yang pondered for a moment and said, "Junior brother Lu, it's best for you to return to Huangli Island first. After all, if you're exposed, not only will you attract the monster cultivator's pursuit, I'm afraid it will also disrupt the hunting plans of our sect and the North Sea sections." Du Zixing had some friendship with Lu Ping. Years ago, Lu Ping had risked his life to help him stop the cultivator sharing union's leader, Zhang Jihe, when he was only in the blood refining realm, allowing him to make a contribution to the sect. Now that he heard that Lu Ping was wanted by the monster cultivators, he also voiced out his concerns. "Taoist Master Yang, we've already been in the monster race's sea for several days. If we let junior brother Lu return now, he'll inevitably encounter monster beasts. I'm afraid the wanted poster has already spread among the monster beasts. If he runs into a monster cultivator who knows about this, wouldn't junior brother Lu be a sheep walking into a tiger's den?" Taoist Master Yang thought for a moment and said, "Fine. Here's a small item. Junior brother, take it and wear it on your face. Can change your appearance. As long as no monster cultivator uses their divine sense to examine it carefully, it should be able to conceal your appearance." Lu Ping took a mask made of unknown materials and stuck it on his face. Suddenly, he turned into a red-faced man in his 40s. His facial expressions could be expressed according to Lu Ping's will. It was truly a marvelous skill. However, this mask could not conceal the divine sense. If others used their divine sense to observe carefully, they could easily discover Lu Ping's true appearance. Yao Yong was anxious. Seeing that Lu Ping had concealed his appearance, he said happily, "If that's the case, doesn't that mean junior brother Lu can continue to carry out the hunting mission with us?" In the past few days, everyone had a rough understanding of Lu Ping's strength. If Lu Ping could continue to stay with the team, he would indeed be a great help. Chen Lian and the others were also delighted. "No," Taoist Master Yang and Lu Ziyuan said almost at the same time. Yao Yong was shocked by the harsh tone of the two, but he still murmured, "Why not?" Seeing that Yao Yong was puzzled, Lu Ping quickly explained, "Senior brother, Taoist Master Yang's mask can't conceal the divine sense. What's more, there are some strange magical secret techniques among the monster beasts that can easily see through this disguise. Senior brother and the others still have to continue the mission in the demon race's sea region. The demon race's sea region is full of danger. We must not take risks." In the sky above the vast and boundless sea, a white cloud seemed to be drifting with the sea breeze. This white cloud constantly changed its shape, but it circled around the nearby sea area. Then, a red-faced man stood on the cloud and slowly descended. Fortunately, there are no major changes in this sea region. The red-faced man casually made a water-repelling technique and came to the bottom of a coral reef. There was a cave here. It seemed that no monster had lived here for a long time. The red-faced man reached out and wiped his face. A mask as thin as a cicada's wing fell into his hand. The red-faced man had turned into Lu Ping. Chapter 156. This was the crab demon's lair that Lu Ping had used to hide in the demon territory for 5 years. After Lu Ping left with Lu Ziyuan and the rest, he did not return to Huangli Island. Apart from his reluctance to return, Lu Ping was also curious about Golden Jiao Island's conspiracy and the North Sea sect's purpose for this large-scale hunt. Moreover, he had Lu Qin's repeated pleas. Although the Blue Phoenix Lu Qin had submitted to Lu Ping and become his spirit pet mount, she was still an arrogant demon bird. Other than Lu Ping, she did not even care about the green sea snake. Only the sly De Bao could chat with her. Such an arrogant fellow suddenly begging Lu Ping again and again naturally attracted Lu Ping's attention. After a simple conversation with Lu Qin, Lu Ping understood that she wanted revenge. There was a late blood condensation red mantis bird here. It was the leader of this generation's demonic beast territory, and was the 8th demon general under Taoist Jin Li of the Golden Scale Manor. This demon bird was Lu Qin's mortal enemy. After her parents passed away, Lu Qin inherited her parents' lair. There was a miniature spirit vein inside, and it was this spirit vein that allowed her to advance to the mid-blood condensation realm in just a few decades. However, news of the spirit vein in Lu Qin's lair was somehow discovered by the red mantis bird. Relying on Taoist Jin Li's influence and the fact that the red mantis bird's cultivation was higher than Lu Qin's, the red mantis bird banished Lu Qin from her territory and forcefully occupied her lair. Lu Qin relied on her slightly superior flying speed to escape from the red mantis bird's claws. After wandering around the nearby demonic beast territory, the exhausted Lu Qin fought a few times with the vengeful Lu Ping. Finally, she was captured alive by Lu Ping with a hungry beast pill and became Lu Ping's spirit beast. Lu Ping did not expect Lu Qin to have such an encounter. He recalled that when Lu Ping left this place 5 years ago, it was because Lu Ping had been killing the nearby mid-blood condensation demonic beasts that a late blood condensation demonic beast general came to investigate. Was the red mantis bird the one who came to investigate? It seemed he had no choice but to help. Lu Qin submitted to Lu Ping partly through coercion. If Lu Ping helped the Blue Phoenix take revenge for the red mantis bird's lair, he would be able to gain Lu Qin's complete loyalty. Not to mention, the mini-spirit vein in the nest was also something Lu Ping coveted. Just the mini-spirit vein alone was enough for him to plot against the red mantis bird. Lu Qin let out a long howl and carried Lu Ping back to his old lair. Not only had Lu Ping transformed into a burly man with a red face, but his cultivation base was also only at the 3rd layer blood condensation realm. This was the incomplete spirit concealing art that Lu Ping had obtained from the blood condensation realm vault. After Lu Ping obtained the incomplete secret technique, he naturally understood its value. Hence, he had been studying and cultivating it. Now he could conceal 30% of his cultivation base without being discovered by cultivators with stronger divine senses than him. Lu Qin was in high spirits after receiving Lu Ping's promise to help her. She sang loudly along the way. This area was the territory of mid- and low-level blood condensation demonic beasts. Seeing a peak 6th layer blood condensation demonic beast flying past, no one dared to stop her. Everyone became Lu Degui's kin. Lu Qin's lair was located on a small island a few miles away. Lu Qin's battle intent was high, and she let out a long provocative roar that spread far and wide. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. He clapped his hands lightly and stopped Lu Qin's provocation. Lu Qin was unhappy, but she did not dare to disobey Lu Ping. The two of them approached the island silently. When Lu Qin got closer, she finally understood why Lu Ping stopped her. On the surface of the sea not far from the island, low rumbling sounds could be heard. Clearly there were people fighting there. Lu Ping thought for a moment and ordered Lu Qin to land on the island first. With Lu Qin leading the way, Lu Ping arrived at the lair with ease. As expected, the red mantis birds were no longer there. There were only a few blood condensation demonic beasts. When they saw Lu Ping and the others, they all attacked. However, Lu Qin killed them all with her claws and beaks. Lu Ping walked towards the bottom of the cave. He found that the cave was filled with twists and turns. There were many bones and fur on both sides, obviously leftovers from the red mantis bird's daily meals. Lu Qin was obviously not satisfied with her previous lair being messed up. With a flap of her wings, a strong gust of wind suddenly blew in the cave. The filth and bones were all cleared out of the cave by Lu Qin, and the smell in the cave was also cleared. Lu Ping walked along the twists and turns until he reached the bottom of the cave. Feeling the lingering spiritual qi in the cave, Lu Ping was overjoyed. There was indeed a small spirit vein here. It was only because the cave was deep and twisted that the spirit vein's spiritual qi did not leak out. In his joy, Lu Ping no longer cared about the battle outside the island. He finished setting up a traction formation around the spirit vein. At the same time, he inlaid a total of 36 mid-grade spirit stones into the recesses of the formation. This place was too far from Huangli Island. If he wanted to move this spirit vein to Lu Ping's cave, it would take a lot of effort. After setting up the teleportation array formation, Lu Ping searched the cave again. After finding nothing, he thought for a while and took out a small array disc. He placed it at the last bend at the bottom of the cave. Suddenly, the array disc surrounding shook violently and the teleportation array formation at the bottom of the cave disappeared without a trace. This was a small illusion formation plate given to Lu Ping by Hu Lili. It was personally made by Hu Lili and given to Lu Ping for self-defense. Thinking of Hu Lili, Lu Ping's focused expression suddenly became absent-minded. His hands, which were quickly arranging the formation plate, could not help but slow down. He did not know how Hu Lili was doing and where the first Sea Patrol squad was now. Presumably, they had fought a lot with demonic beasts. Although this woman was quite scheming, her strength was too low. He did not want to make any mistakes. However, on second thought, Lu Ping also found it funny. The strength of the first Sea Patrol squad was not bad. It was led by Master Immortal Lu and the others. Yao Yong, Chan Lian, and the others would also take care of Hu Lili because of him. Not to mention, Lu Ping also gave Hu Lili a pair of high-grade green jade hairpins given by his fourth senior sister, Enlightened Master Wang Xianjing, for self-defense. As long as she did not encounter a core forging enlightened master, she should not be in any danger. Thinking back on their relationship, Lu Ping also felt that it was strange. The two of them seemed to have a tacit understanding. It was natural for them to get to know each other, interact with each other, help each other, protect each other, and acknowledge each other's relationship. Everything seemed so ordinary, but full of tacit understanding. Sometimes Lu Ping found it funny. It turned out that things between men and women were not always spectacular. Lu Ping laughed self-deprecatingly. He knew that it was not that Hu Lili disliked romance, but that she was considerate and had never asked for such things from Lu Ping. She did not even give him a hint. Lu Ping knew that this was a kind of emotional debt. He needed to repay the debt until his death. This woman had schemed against him for his entire life. Lu Ping shook his head and left the nest. He brought Lu Qin and flew towards the battlefield. A few miles away from the island, 8th level blood condensation realm demonic beasts were attacking 3 human cultivators. Even though the 3 of them were at a disadvantage, they were still defending themselves well. They would not be killed by the demonic beasts for a while. When Lu Ping got closer, he realized that it was not 3 people who were being attacked but 2. One of them was a late blood condensation realm puppet. Its entire body was covered in a layer of grayish-black armor. Every move it made was stiff but powerful. When it fought the demonic beasts head-on, it was able to force them back. When Lu Ping looked at the other 2 cultivators, he saw that one of them was using an octagonal shield to block the demonic beast's attacks. At the same time, he was sweating profusely as he commanded the black-armored puppet to repel the demonic beasts. Clearly, he had exhausted all his energy and divine sense. He did not have any spare energy to use his magic treasures to attack the demonic beasts. The other person was the exact opposite. His figure was extremely fleeting, making it difficult for people to track his position with their eyes. The 2 short swords in his hands were like ghosts, but they were also extremely fast. Every demon beast that was targeted by him had to face a series of combined attacks in a short period of time. If it weren't for the help of the other 3 demon beasts, they would have long been either dead or injured. Lu Ping was stunned when he saw the 2 cultivators being attacked. They were actually acquaintances. These 2 were the disciples that left a deep impression on Lu Ping during the apprenticeship ceremony. Yin Zichu and Ji Zixuan, the disciple of enlightened Master Xuanhui. The 2 of them had already noticed Lu Ping's arrival. However, Lu Ping was wearing a red mask, so they could not tell if he was a friend or foe. Lu Ping's arrival had also alerted the demonic beasts. However, one of them was only at the early stage of the blood condensation realm, while the other was at the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. A large bird with crimson feathers cackled when it saw Lu Qin. It spoke in the human language. "Isn't this the homeless green phoenix? How did you become someone's mount? And a lowly third-layer blood condensation realm human cultivator's mount at that? You're a disgrace to us demonic cultivators." Lu Qin heard the red mantis bird's mockery, and she screeched angrily. Lu Ping leaped into the air, while the green phoenix pounced towards the red mantis bird. The red mantis bird cackled and broke away from Jixian and Yin Zichu. It transformed into a bird-headed, human-bodied monster and charged towards Lu Qin. "Today, I'll show you the power of a half-step metamorphosis cultivator." Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had been fighting the 4 demonic beasts for a long time. They did not know that this red demonic bird could actually speak the human language, and they were shocked. Their movements slowed down, and the other demonic beasts almost took advantage of the situation. Fortunately, the red mantis bird had broken away from the battle, and the pressure on the two of them was greatly reduced. The situation was getting better, but they were still surrounded by 3 demonic beasts. The battle between Lu Qin and the red mantis bird reached its climax. The red mantis bird opened its beak, and a red flame swept towards Lu Qin. At this moment, Lu Qin seemed to have turned into a fairy in the wind. She drew beautiful arcs in the air, and danced beautifully in the red mantis bird's unbridled flames. It flapped its wings and let out a loud and clear cry. Invisible wind blades flew towards the crimson mantis bird with a sharp cry, but the crimson mantis bird easily formed a feather wall with its feathers and the protective aura shield around its body to block the wind blades. Lu Ping looked at the battle between the two sides. It seemed like he was being ignored by everyone. Indeed, a third-layer blood condensation realm cultivator could only accept the fate of being ignored. Lu Ping shook his head and took the mask off his face. The 4 demonic beasts continued to ignore Lu Ping's existence, but Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu's spirits rose. At this time, Lu Qin's movements were already restricted by the red mantis bird's rain of flames. Lu Qin's flight was still ingenious, but it seemed like she was struggling. Just as Lu Qin was about to be ravaged by the red mantis bird's flames, a green flame suddenly exploded in the middle of the red mantis bird's rain of flames. Lu Qin, whose entire body was covered in green flames, was like a warrior swimming in a sea of flames. She suddenly leaped into the sky, showing off her beautiful figure. Chapter 157. This was the first time Lu Ping had seen the blue phoenix use its fire attribute ability. Although Lu Ping knew that Lu Qin was a demon bird that cultivated both fire and wind attributes, he had never seen the blue phoenix use a fire attribute spell, ever since he had subdued Lu Qin. At this time, Lu Qin's entire body was wrapped in azure flames. The scarlet mockingbird's rain of fire could no longer harm Lu Qin, but Lu Ping knew that Lu Qin had reached the point where she had to use all of her strength. One by one, her feathers were burned by the azure flames and turned to ash. Every time a feather was incinerated, the azure phoenix would let out a mournful cry. It was clear that although this kind of blue flame contained great power, Lu Qin had not completely mastered this kind of natal spell. The scarlet mockingbird clearly understood Lu Qin's methods very well. It cackled and said, "Little blue phoenix, you've even used your blue phoenix flame. How much longer can you last? Once your magic power is exhausted, the azure luan flame will devour you, and you will be reduced to ashes. At that time, this azure luan flame seed will belong to this demon general. Once this demon general fuses with the azure luan flame seed, I will advance to the core forging stage and become a Taoist master." The scarlet mockingbird said proudly and let out a series of cackling cackles. Hearing this, Lu Ping couldn't help but frown. This cackle was really not ordinary. Lu Ping calmly took out an ordinary short sword from his storage ring. It looked as if he was hesitating whether or not to help his spirit pet, but he was also afraid of the scarlet mockingbird's tyrannical strength. The scarlet mockingbird sensed that Lu Ping had taken out a flying sword, but it didn't take it to heart. It only glanced at Lu Ping out of instinct. It saw that the flying sword in Lu Ping's hand was only an ordinary decorative item, so it didn't pay any more attention. At this time, the blue phoenix flame was on the verge of death. Although the scarlet mockingbird's rain of fire couldn't do anything to the blue phoenix flame, Lu Qin's magic power was quickly being burned away by the blue phoenix flame. Her chance had finally come. Lu Qin's blue phoenix fire gradually weakened due to her lack of transcendence energy. Lu Qin's back had already lost the protection of the flames. The red mantis bird's eyes lit up. It spread its wings and swooped down towards Lu Qin. Its claws were aimed at Lu Qin's back, and the strong wind pressure extinguished the rain of fire that it had cast. If this claw connected, Lu Qin would be severely injured even if she didn't die. She would lose her ability to fly and be at the mercy of the red mantis bird. Seeing that the sword was about to pierce into the cyan phoenix's back, the red mantis bird's greedy eyes shone with pride. At this moment, a magnificent cyan sword light flashed by, piercing into the red mantis bird's greedy eyes. The murderous aura caused all of its feathers to stand on end. A long and shrill cry of fear abruptly came to an end. A huge wound appeared on the chest of the red mantis bird, and its huge body suddenly lost all of its vitality. It tumbled in the air and fell towards the sea. In the blink of an eye, the three demonic beasts surrounding Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu were stunned by the murderous sword light. In the blink of an eye, the red mantis bird was already dead. Its falling body was caught by the cyan phoenix in midair, and it fell towards a reef not far away. Lu Ping, who was ignored by everyone, was holding a flying sword in his hand. The cyan sword light was flickering, and it looked like a ferocious beast that was about to devour its prey. At this moment, Lu Ping's body was emitting a strong aura. He was no longer at the third layer of the blood condensation realm, but a cultivator that was about to step into the late blood condensation realm. At this moment, Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu, who were surrounded in the middle, suddenly erupted with power. They launched a fierce counterattack against the three demonic beasts. The three demonic beasts didn't expect that the two human cultivators, who had been surrounded by them for so long, would still have the strength to counterattack. Caught off guard, the three demonic beasts were thrown into confusion. The three demonic beasts were Daoist Jinli's demon generals, so they were naturally quick-witted. Seeing that the red mantis bird had been killed by Lu Ping, their side had lost a large portion of its combat strength. In addition, the three demonic beasts weren't able to defeat the two human cultivators in a short amount of time, not to mention the fact that Lu Ping was still eyeing them from the side. The three demonic beasts had served under Daoist Jinli for many years, so they had a tacit understanding with each other. Since they couldn't defeat the human cultivators, they would retreat first. If Daoist Jinli made a move, the human cultivators' minor repairs would naturally be a piece of cake. The three demonic beasts exchanged glances, then immediately left the battlefield and flew towards the Eastern Sea region. Unexpectedly, even though the three demonic beasts wanted to leave, the others wouldn't let them. Yin Zichu's figure was like a ghost, and he instantly caught up to a wolf demonic beast that was riding a demonic wind. He circled around the wolf demonic beast's body, dodging left and right. The pair of magic daggers in his hands rained down on the wolf demonic beast, preventing it from escaping. The armor on Ji Zixuan's puppet's back suddenly flipped, transforming into a pair of wings. Spiritual energy surged from its feet, and the puppet rapidly flew through the air in an arc, landing in front of the second fleeing eagle demonic beast. The eagle demonic beast collided with the puppet, and the puppet was sent flying into the sea. The eagle demonic beast also came to a stop, dizzy. The sharp pain from its wings caused it to regain consciousness, but it discovered that the silver light in Ji Zixuan's hands had disappeared in a flash. The eagle demonic beast's wings had already been broken in half. As soon as Lu Ping took off his mask, Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had already guessed Lu Ping's intentions. After all, both of them recognized Lu Ping, and they knew that he was definitely not only at the third layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping taking off his mask was a signal to them, a signal to prepare for a counterattack. Just as the two of them took action to stop the two monstrous beasts, the third water snake monster that had dived into the water suddenly felt two sharp gusts of cold wind penetrate into its body. The water snake monster's body, which had been flying at high speed, suddenly stiffened. Fresh red blood flowed out from the two wounds on its body. The water snake demonic beast mustered all its remaining strength and rolled its huge body continuously. The seawater around it rippled and countless waves appeared, blocking the snake demonic beast's figure. The water snake demonic beast took this opportunity to escape, but it discovered that the seawater around it suddenly became viscous. Undercurrents appeared around the water snake demonic beast, like tentacles binding it to the ground. A sword ray pierced through the seawater and accurately found the water snake demonic beast's weak point. The water snake demonic beast madly wriggled its huge body, but the huge waves it created couldn't move it any further. The water snake demonic beast, which had exhausted its last bit of life force, floated to the surface of the sea, and was put into a storage bag by Lu Ping. Lu Ping's 3 green sea snakes had also reached the 3rd layer of the blood condensation realm, and they were about to break through to the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping wasn't sure if this water snake demonic beast would be of any use to them. After Lu Ping put away the 2 high-grade flying needles, he realized that using the crystal bowl to execute the water manipulation art was twice as effective. After Lu Ping dealt with the water snake demonic beast, the other 2 demonic beasts were also heavily injured by Ji Ning and Yin Qing. It was only a matter of time before they died. Seeing that Lu Ping had killed the water snake demonic beast, the 2 demonic beasts suddenly sped up their attacks. Clearly, they were stimulated by Lu Ping's lightning-fast methods. Lu Ping wasn't stupid enough to help them. Instead, he wanted to see what Lu Qin was going to do with the red mantis bird's corpse on the reef. The red mantis bird's core space hadn't shattered. Lu Ping had concealed his cultivation and sent Lu Qin to challenge the beast demonic beast. This was to make it underestimate Lu Ping. Then, Lu Ping would kill the red mantis bird with a single strike. With the element of surprise, the red mantis bird wouldn't be able to self-destruct its core space in time. This way, the red mantis bird's condensed blood bead would be preserved. Clearly, Lu Ping's plan and luck were quite good. Chapter 158. Lu Qin had already swallowed 3 of the 8 condensed blood beads. Lu Ping put away the remaining 5. This was quite a fortune. He could exchange them for a water-type condensed blood bead in the future. When Lu Ping advanced to the late stage of the blood condensation realm, he could use them to refine pills. There was a red flame the size of a bean in the crimson mantis core space. Because of the crimson mantis death, this flame seemed to be on the verge of death, but the small flame still emitted scorching energy. This was the fire seed condensed by the crimson mantis innate fire attribute. When Lu Ping saw that Lu Qin ignored the flame, he asked curiously, "This flame is useless to you. Will it improve your azure phoenix fire after merging with it?" Lu Qin arrogantly tilted her slender neck to the side, leaving Lu Ping with a big eye roll. Lu Ping rubbed his nose awkwardly and said, "All right, it seems like your azure luan fire's grade is much higher than the crimson nightmare fire. If I merge them, it will actually lower the grade of your azure luan fire." Lu Ping took out a jade bottle, sealed the scarlet nightmare fire, and put it inside. The scarlet nightmare fire naturally couldn't be compared to the heaven and earth spiritual fire, but it was still much stronger than the earth fire in Jinling Alchemy Pavilion. When Lu Ping refined pills, he naturally couldn't use the blue spiritual fire in front of others, but the scarlet nightmare fire was a good choice. Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu had already killed the demonic beast. Seeing Lu Ping put away the scarlet nightmare fire, Ji Zixuan said enviously, "Senior brother Lu is so lucky. An 8th layer blood condensation realm demonic beast's condensed blood bead and a scarlet nightmare fire are worth tens of thousands of spirit stones." Yin Zichu still had a cold expression. Lu Ping smiled. "I was just lucky." Ji Zixuan still wanted to say something, but he turned his head to look at Lu Qin. At this moment the blue phoenix's aura was fluctuating, and the entire big bird was listless. It was as if it was drunk and could pass out at any moment. Lu Ping's face lit up with joy and he put Lu Qin back into the spirit beast pouch. Ji Zixuan smiled and said, "Congratulations, senior martial brother. When this big bird wakes up, senior martial brother will have another late blood condensation helper." Lu Ping was also happy. He didn't expect Lu Qin to break through so quickly. Ji Zixuan asked Lu Ping why he was here, and Lu Ping told him everything that happened after he went out to sea. Ji Zixuan asked curiously, "No wonder senior martial brother used a mask to conceal your appearance. But senior martial brother has a secret technique to conceal your cultivation base, so you don't have to worry about the monster beast's detection." "But I can't change my aura," Yin Zichu said. "The demonic spiritual Qi Qin. Lu Ping Ping was my aura beast. The image can't transmit your aura." Yin Zichu, who had been silent all this while, suddenly said, "The image can't transmit your aura." Lu Ping suddenly understood. He scolded himself for being muddle-headed. If he had said that he had a secret technique to hide his cultivation, Yang Xian and Mu Zhenren wouldn't have suggested that he return to Huangli Island. The image could transmit Lu Ping's appearance and cultivation, but other than those who had fought with Lu Ping, it would be difficult for others to determine Lu Ping's identity from his aura. Ji Zixuan saw Lu Ping's annoyed expression and smiled. Little Chu and I are on our way to the 7-star skies. Originally, we felt that the two of us were too weak. If senior brother is free, you can come with us. Senior brother's strength is far above ours. You will definitely be a great help. The 7-star skies was once the dojo of 7 great beings in ancient times. Legend had it that these 7 Laozu had once listened to one of the 7th patriarch's teachings, Jiao Daoren. In the end, 5 of the 7 had cultivated the true spirit body, and the other 2 had also reached the late Dharma stage. It was unknown why the 5 people who had cultivated the true spirit body had turned against each other. After a chaotic battle, their whereabouts were unknown. The 7-star skies had also turned into ruins due to the power of the 5 people, and was hidden within the layers of cracks in space. For tens of thousands of years, the 7-star skies had appeared irregularly throughout the North Sea. Every time it appeared, it was when the cracks in space weakened. It only lasted for 3 days, and after 3 months, the 7-star skies would once again hide in the cracks in space. The cultivators in the 7-star skies would also be randomly transported to the area within 10,000 miles of where the 7-star skies would appear. On this day, in the sky above an empty sea, 3 streaks of light descended. Out walked a dashing young master, a cold and taciturn young man dressed in black, and a red-faced burly man. In the sky above the empty sea, a huge door was faintly discernible in the air, like a mirage. This kind of fluctuation was the work of the cracks in space. Ji Zixuan felt the aura on the sea, and his expression changed slightly. He said, "Looks like before us, quite a few human and monster cultivators have already entered." The 2 people behind him did not speak. Ji Zixuan took out a jade talisman. Lu Ping recognized that this was a talisman that had been created by the Dharma stage, Laozu. Only the talisman created by the Dharma stage, Laozu, could resist the power of the cracks in space. The jade talisman emitted a yellow light barrier, firmly enveloping Ji Zixuan and the other 2. The 3 of them walked towards the trembling door of the 7-star skies. The huge power of space tore the yellow light barrier emitted by the jade talisman into various shapes, but the yellow light barrier still firmly protected Ji Zixuan and the other 2. The jade talisman above their heads kept making strange noises, as if it would break at any time. The 3 of them quickened their pace. Ji Zixuan said, "Although this space passage is not easy to pass through, it limits the qualifications of cultivators to the blood condensation realm. If cultivators above the core forging enlightened master enter, they will trigger the power of space in the space passage and eventually be torn to pieces." Lu Ping was still in the appearance of the red-faced burly man. He said, "If a core forging enlightened master seals his cultivation and only shows the cultivation of the blood condensation realm, doesn't that mean he can also enter the 7-star skies?" Ji Zixuan smiled and said, "Naturally, there is such a thing. However, in the 7-star skies, these enlightened masters can only use the magic power of the blood condensation realm. Once the seal is undone, they will immediately be teleported out of the 7-star skies." Lu Ping secretly marveled at the extraordinary magic power of the 7 Laozu, who established the 7-star skies. At this time, a rippling scene like a water curtain appeared in front of the space passage. Ji Zixuan said solemnly, "We have reached the end of the space passage. We will be randomly teleported to different places in the 7-star skies. Pay attention to the spiritual talisman I gave you too. Once the 2 of you are 10 miles away from each other, the spiritual talisman will send out a warning. At that time we will try our best to meet up. This way we will have a higher chance of fighting for the treasures inside." Just as Ji Zixuan finished speaking, he heard the jade talisman above his head shatter into powder. A strange force wrapped around Lu Ping's body. After the world spun, Lu Ping's spiritual sense, which was far superior to others, allowed him to quickly break free from the dizziness. He felt a strong gust of wind accompanied by a wave of magic power hitting Lu Ping's body. Lu Ping waved his hand and a dark cloud appeared, wrapping around Lu Ping. The magic tool fell into the cloud and was about to cut Lu Ping's body, but it couldn't advance an inch. Lu Ping looked around and saw a middle-aged late-stage blood condensation realm cultivator looking at Lu Ping in surprise. A third-layer blood condensation realm cultivator dares to enter the 7-star skies? And he can even use a top-grade magic tool? Lu Ping scanned his surroundings with his spiritual sense. After confirming that there was no one within 100 zhang radius, he raised the cloudy sky above his head. The middle-aged cultivator casually took out a top-grade magic tool covered in saw teeth. Lu Ping said coldly, "Don't you think you're going too far by killing me without asking first?" The middle-aged cultivator looked at Lu Ping curiously and said, "Kid, is there anyone in the 7-star skies who talks about righteousness and kindness with you? This magic tool of yours is not bad. With your cultivation, after using a top-grade magic tool and blocking my attack, you won't have any magic power left in your body, right? I'll take advantage of you." After saying that, the golden wheel magic tool drew a strange trajectory in the air, and with an ear-piercing screech it attacked Lu Ping again. Seeing that the wheel was about to hit Lu Ping, the middle-aged cultivator's lips curved into a smile, as if he was about to witness the moment of his harvest. Suddenly, a sky-vaulting magic power surged out, and a smoke of essence energy shot straight up into the sky from the top of the weak-looking cultivator's head. A pair of exquisite flying swords circled around before accurately striking the central part of the spinning magic artifact. As a result, the spinning magic artifact shook in the sky for a moment before falling to the side, staggering. The middle-aged cultivator was shocked. With a hand seal, he regained control of the wheel and it flew back to him. At that moment, Lu Ping's soaring wing swords were already flying towards the middle-aged cultivator. In a panic, the middle-aged cultivator pointed at his feet. A huge flower burst out of the ground and wrapped around the cultivator. The soaring wing swords cut down 7 flower petals in a row, but the number of flower petals wrapped around the cultivator kept increasing. After the wheel magic tool flew back, it attacked the soaring wing swords from the side. Ever since Lu Ping used all his strength to cut down the shark demon's fin, the soaring wing swords had been chipped and its vitality was greatly damaged. As a result, Lu Ping rarely used the soaring wing swords to fight against other magic tools. As Lu Ping controlled the soaring wing swords to deal with the wheel, he flicked his hands and 2 small flying needles shot towards the flower bud. The first flying needle pierced through the layers of flower petals and was blocked by the middle-aged cultivator's other magic tool. Unexpectedly, the second flying needle suddenly exerted force and bypassed the magic tool's block. The protective aura around the middle-aged cultivator's body was broken by the flying needle. The middle-aged cultivator screamed in pain as a bloody hole appeared on his thigh. The middle-aged cultivator was seriously injured, causing the magic tool he was controlling to shake. Lu Ping took advantage of the situation and continued to attack. The soaring wing swords knocked the wheel away again. The 2 swords crossed and cut off 9 flower petals in a row, revealing the middle-aged cultivator who was wrapped inside. At that moment, the middle-aged cultivator finally realized that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have. He wiped the blood off the wound on his thigh and muttered an incantation. The flower bud suddenly bloomed and dozens of flower petals shot towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping's 2 swords spun like a whirlpool in the middle of the ocean, sucking in and crushing the flower petals one by one. By then, the middle-aged cultivator had already turned into a bloody light and flew over 100 zhang away. Lu Ping sneered and said, "You think you can escape?" A white light flashed under his feet, and he was already in pursuit of the middle-aged cultivator. The middle-aged cultivator sucked in a breath of cold air. In his panic, it seemed as if he wanted to say something. However, Lu Ping's sword had already slashed down, piercing through the protective aura around his body and stabbing straight into the middle-aged cultivator's heart. Chapter 159. Lu Ping fiddled with an interspatial pouch in his hand. Inside the pouch were the belongings left behind by the middle-aged cultivator. Other than 100 mid-grade spirit stones and the high-grade mystic instrument, there was also a defensive mystic instrument that looked like a budding flower bud. It was the mystic instrument that the middle-aged cultivator used to block the soaring wing sword's attack. There were also nearly 100 500-year-old spiritual herbs, and a dozen 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs that were newly collected. It seemed like there were quite a lot of spiritual herbs growing in the 7-star grotto heaven. However, these spiritual herbs were not planted on a large scale like Fei Ling Island. Most of them were wild and required cultivators to search for them one by one. There was also a jade slip that caught Lu Ping's attention. There was a map inside. Lu Ping looked at it carefully and found that there was actually a golden nut fruit tree at the location indicated on the map. It seemed like the middle-aged cultivator's ultimate goal in the 7-star grotto heaven was this golden nut fruit tree. Every time the 7-star grotto heaven opened, the geography inside would change. Therefore, there were very few maps of the 7-star grotto heaven that were passed down. However, the changes were only in the big picture. Small topographies such as mountains and valleys rarely changed. The golden nut fruit tree grew at the bottom of a canyon, and its surroundings were occupied by various demon beasts and poisonous insects. The map showed the situation inside the canyon. The cultivator who left the map had only seen the golden nut fruit tree from afar, and retreated in the face of overwhelming odds. Since there were still 3 months left, Lu Ping was not in a hurry. He waved his hand and released Debeo. In this kind of grotto heaven, a blood condensation realm spirit-seeking mouse undoubtedly had an innate advantage. Debeo had been frozen by Lu Ping for a long time. With its active personality, the moment it came out of the spiritual beast bag, it ran and jumped around Lu Ping. It was as if it was complaining that Lu Ping did not release it earlier. Amused, Lu Ping scolded, "You brat, you don't eat much every day, and you're always jumping up and down. How come you're getting fatter and fatter? Those who know will say you are a mouse, but those who don't know will think that I am raising a pig." Debeo squeaked, as if it was protesting against Lu Ping comparing it to a pig. Lu Ping couldn't be bothered with this guy. After thinking for a while, he released the 3 green sea snakes. The 3 spirit snakes had already reached the mid-stage blood condensation realm. Lu Ping originally planned to hunt a snake monster with the flood dragon bloodline to help them advance. After talking with them, he found out that the green sea snakes were very talented. They didn't need to supplement their bloodline to advance to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. However, it would take a long time for them to advance. The 3 spirit snakes were now more than 100 feet long and as thick as a water bucket. However, the 3 spirit snakes had shrunk their bodies to about 3 feet. They stretched out their bodies and intimately danced at Lu Ping's feet. The 3 spirit snakes hatched after Lu Ping used his own magic energy to nurture them for several months. Their demonic spiritual energy was mixed with Lu Ping's aura. In their eyes, Lu Ping was like a parent. Seeing that there was no one around, Lu Ping released the water snake monster's huge carcass. The 3 spirit snakes seemed to understand Lu Ping's intentions. They coiled around the carcass as if they were cultivating. The 3 spirit snakes faced the water snake monster and opened their mouths. A strange wave of spiritual energy rippled out from the water snake monster's mouth. Lu Ping saw a stream of light green arcane energy spurt out from Lu Bai's mouth. The arcane energy entered the water snake monster's body and returned to Lu Bai's mouth. However, the green arcane energy that returned was much denser than before. It was the same for the other 2 spirit snakes. However, Lu Hai breathed in and out blue magic energy, while Lu Ling breathed in and out cold white mist. The cycle repeated itself. After every cycle, the huge water snake's body shrunk a little. Lu Ping knew that the 3 spirit snakes wanted to absorb the spiritual energy essence of the water snake's body and store it for them to advance to the mid-stage blood condensation realm. However, this was still an 8th layer blood condensation realm monster. Even without the condensed blood pearl, the 3 early-stage blood condensation realm spirit snakes couldn't absorb all the spiritual energy in one go. Lu Ping took the opportunity to familiarize himself with the surrounding area. The middle-aged cultivator's map had already marked out many areas, but they weren't detailed. He entered the grotto heaven no earlier than Lu Ping by 2 days. It was obvious that he went straight for the golden core fruit tree and didn't stop at other places. With Debeo's help, Lu Ping collected another 2,500-year-old spirit herbs from the areas explored by the middle-aged cultivator. According to Ji Zixuan, the last time the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven appeared was 300 years ago. Although the spiritual energy here wasn't as thick as Fei Ling Mountain, it wasn't much weaker than Tianling Mountain. Even the wild spirit herbs here had matured a lot. When Lu Ping returned, the huge water snake's body was only left with a huge snake skin. The three spirit snakes coiled around each other had a lazy expression on their faces, and the demonic energy on their bodies started to fluctuate. Lu Ping laughed at himself. He didn't expect the three spirit snakes to have an opportunity to break through. Originally, he wanted to find the canyon and use the power of the three spirit snakes, but now he couldn't do that. Fortunately, he could stay in the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven for 3 months, so Lu Ping still had a lot of time. In the next few days, Lu Ping moved alone in the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven. With De Bao's help, he had a good harvest. Qian Zhongsu transplanted a lot of spirit herbs that Lu Ping hadn't seen before. However, in these few days, Lu Ping didn't meet a single cultivator who entered the 7 Stars Grotto Heaven, let alone meet up with Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu. On this day, Lu Ping was at the bottom of a cliff, picking a 1,000-year-old spirit herb. This was the main ingredient for refining a core forging realm pill. 1,000-year-old spirit herbs were also divided into different grades. Most of the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs could only be used as supplementary spirit herbs for refining core forging realm pills. When refining pills, even if 1 or 2 of the supplementary spirit herbs were missing, they could be replaced with other spirit herbs with similar medicinal properties. However, the main ingredient could not be replaced, just like how the golden marrow pill required the main ingredient, the golden marrow grass. Therefore, the main ingredient of every 1,000-year-old spirit herb was very precious, and its value was several times that of a normal 1,000-year-old spirit herb. Just as Lu Ping carefully picked the inconspicuous limestone grass from a crack in the cliff, his divine sense suddenly fluctuated. Lu Ping quickly put the grass into a jade box, then used the spirit concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the 3rd level of the blood condensation realm. Then he used the art of deception to hide himself, and he stuck a few invisibility talismans and spirit sealing talismans on his body. Just as Lu Ping hid himself, a streak of light smashed into the stone valley below the cliff. A series of coughs could be heard, and a figure staggered towards the bottom of the cliff. At the same time, he used his divine sense to investigate the surroundings. Lu Ping felt a chill pass through his body. He didn't know if he was discovered by the person, but he saw that the person was in his 20s, and there was blood flowing from his mouth and nose. It was obvious that he was seriously injured. The young man looked at the situation at the bottom of the cliff. Intentionally or unintentionally, he chose to throw an array disc behind Lu Ping. Then he inserted 12 array flags around him. The young man formed a few hand seals, and after the array was activated, the young man also disappeared, leaving behind only an empty scene of rubble. Chapter 160. Just as the young man hid himself, 3 streaks of light flew over from the sky and landed at the bottom of the cliff. 3 cultivators wearing Shui Yen Pavilion's robes appeared, and their cultivations were at the 8th or 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. The only man among them went forward to investigate and said to the 2 women, "Senior sisters, it seems like this kid is nearby. He suffered a blow from both of you, so he can't have gone far. I just don't know where he is hiding." The woman in white on the left snorted coldly and said, "Junior brother Chiu, don't forget that this Liao guy is an alchemist. How could he be lacking in good healing pills? Junior sister Zhang and I might have injured him, but we still have to be careful of his counterattack." Junior brother Chiu hurriedly smiled apologetically and said, "Senior sister, he is right. No matter what, the heart-dissolving pill in this kid's hands, my Shui Yen Pavilion must." Junior brother Chiu had just finished speaking when he felt a cold gaze on him from the right. Junior brother Chiu immediately realized that he had said the wrong thing again, and shut his mouth in embarrassment. Junior martial sister Zhang's lips twitched. Senior martial sister, he seemed to have sensed something as she looked in the direction where Lu Ping was hiding. She then said, "Since he's not here, that Liao fellow can't have gone far. Let's wait around here and investigate." Not long after the 3 of them left, there was a commotion behind Lu Ping. The young man who was hiding there had already walked over. Lu Ping cursed inwardly for being stupid. Those 3 were obviously putting on an act and couldn't have gone far. However, Lu Ping's intuition told him that he had been discovered. The 3 of them must have mistaken him for this young man. If this young man came out now, he could clarify the truth. If the 3 of them didn't want to kill him, then Lu Ping wouldn't be implicated. Obviously, this was Lu Ping's wishful thinking. Just as the young man looked in the direction where Lu Ping was hiding and hesitated whether to expose Lu Ping's whereabouts, a loud laugh rang out. The 2 women and 1 man from the Shui Yin pavilion had returned. The young man's complexion changed, and a burst of annoyance appeared on his face. He knew that he had been fooled. He hurriedly took out a small cauldron, and a flame flickered in and out of the mouth of the small cauldron. The surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Although the flame inside the small cauldron wasn't a world spirit fire, it was still quite extraordinary. Junior brother Cho sneered and said, "Sure enough, it's not out of the 2 senior sisters' expectations. This brat is really hiding here. Liao Hu, you weren't a match for the 2 senior sisters in the first place, and it's even more impossible for you to escape after being heavily injured. Quickly hand over the heart-dissolving pills medicinal formula. If you agree to be my Mistwater Pavilion's alchemist, then perhaps the 2 senior sisters might spare your life." The young man called Liao Hu sneered and said, "Cho Liming, don't you dare assume the might of a tiger. If I were to hand over the heart-dissolving pills medicinal formula to all of you, then all of you would probably turn hostile and kill me right away. Your Mistwater Pavilion wouldn't offend my Liao clan for the sake of a heart-dissolving pills medicinal formula." Cho Liming's face turned red after being scolded by Liao Hu for assuming the might of a tiger. He flipped his hand and threw out a saber with a ghost's head. The saber grew to 3 feet long in the air, and he was about to slash at Liao Hu. Senior sister, he stretched out her hand to stop Cho Liming. She turned her head towards the direction where Lu Ping was hiding and said, "I wonder which fellow Taoist is resting here? The Mistwater Pavilion's He Li Sin and the 2 junior sisters and junior brothers are handling some miscellaneous matters here. If they have disturbed you, please forgive us." Lu Ping sighed helplessly. His concealment technique was really bad. He waved his hand to remove the talismans on his body, and Lu Ping revealed himself. He coughed and said, "I originally didn't want to, so it's a 3rd layer blood condensation realm minor repairs. Your courage isn't bad. You dare to enter the 7 stars grotto heaven with such a low cultivation? You really don't know the meaning of death." When Cho Liming saw that the person hiding here was actually a 3rd layer blood condensation realm red-faced cultivator, he immediately sneered. Lu Ping's expression changed. This Cho Liming's mouth was really stinky. Lu Ping didn't say anything else and quietly waited for the Mistwater Pavilion to deal with the situation in front of him. Cho Liming turned to He Li Sin and said with a flattering smile, "Since it's just a 3rd layer blood condensation realm kid, why bother with him, senior sister? Just finish him off and get the heart-dissolving pill as soon as possible." He Li Sin didn't express her opinion. She flicked her sleeves and 2 faint white mists gushed out from her long sleeves. One white mist turned into a goshawk, while the other turned into a cloud rabbit. The goshawk went straight for Liao Hu's head, while the cloud rabbit's hind legs kicked towards Liao Hu's abdomen. Clearly, it agreed with Cho Liming's words. Just as He Li Sin made her move, Cho Liming was already walking towards Lu Ping with a sinister smile on his face. He swung his huge ghost head saber towards Lu Ping's head. From Cho Liming's point of view, killing a 3rd layer blood condensation realm minor repairs warrior was a piece of cake. Just as Cho Liming was about to turn around and help He Li Sin attack Liao Hu, junior sister Zhang, who had been standing at the side without saying a word, suddenly shouted, "Careful!" Cho Liming heard a poochie sound behind him. The ghost head saber that was connected to his divine sense seemed to have sunk into mud. A violent killing intent rushed towards Cho Liming's back. Cho Liming turned pale with fright. He leaped forward only to hear a loud bang, followed by a stabbing pain in his buttocks. When he turned around to look, he saw that a piece of fat about 2 kilograms had already flown away. Only one of his buttocks was left. Cho Liming was howling in pain as he tried to stop the bleeding. When Lu Ping saw He Li Sin attacking Liao Hu, it was obvious that he agreed with Cho Liming's words. Lu Ping was infuriated. Cho Liming had carelessly used a high-grade saber mystic instrument to strike him once before turning around and leaving. Since Cho Liming was so arrogant, Lu Ping naturally wouldn't be polite. After blocking the ghost head saber with Cloudy Sky, his soaring wing sword attacked Cho Liming's back. Fortunately, junior sister Zhang was still vigilant. As she warned Cho Liming, she took out a bronze mirror and placed it behind Cho Liming. Lu Ping's soaring wing sword was blocked by the bronze mirror, but the female sword went around it. However, in the blink of an eye, there was no time to adjust and it could only cut off a large piece of Cho Liming's fat. Cho Liming temporarily stabilized the wound on his buttocks, but the waves of excruciating pain made him grimace. He remembered that he had lost half of his buttocks and that he would be a laughingstock in the future. Cho Liming was so ashamed that he howled like a ghost and rushed forward, slashing at Lu Ping like a storm. Junior sister Zhang frowned when she saw Cho Liming blocking her own attack. She looked at the red-faced sixth-layer blood condensation cultivator in front of her. She thought that she only managed to injure Cho Liming by surprise. Cho Liming obviously wouldn't make the same mistake again. Hence, she turned around and ran towards the battle between He Lisin and Liao Hu. Liao Hu had obviously eaten some medicinal pills that increased his arcane energy, temporarily suppressing his injury. The small cauldron hovered above his head, emitting a greenish-red barrier of light, blocking all of He Lisin's attacks. At the same time, a flame spewed out from the small cauldron, and under Liao Hu's control, it clashed with He Lisin's eagle and cloud rabbit. Seeing that junior sister Zhang was about to launch a pincer attack, Liao Hu's expression changed. He turned to Lu Ping and shouted, "Big brother, I'm sorry for implicating you today. Big brother, if you have the chance, run away as soon as possible. I'll try my best to delay these three for a while." Cho Liming shouted, "Run? Where do you think you're going? Today all of you will die here." He Lisin and junior sister Zhang, who were attacking Liao Hu from both sides, also increased their attacks. Liao Hu suddenly felt powerless. Lu Ping snorted coldly. His soaring wings dual swords forced the demon-headed broadsword into a corner. Suddenly, a magnificent sword light flashed from Lu Ping's hand, and 64 sword lights rushed towards Cho Liming one after another. Cho Liming cried out in fear. The high-grade defensive magic tool in front of him was torn apart like a piece of paper. This guy was worthy of being a disciple of a major North Sea sect. At this critical moment, he slapped 2 talismans on his protective aura shield, which turned golden and weakened most of the sword lights. Cho Liming quickly retreated, but Lu Ping's Qinghan sword still left 3 wounds on his chest and abdomen. Cho Liming was already like a bird startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he retreated towards He Lisin and junior sister Zhang. Lu Ping's killing intent rose. He flicked his finger, and 2 divine needles of jade blood silently flew towards Cho Liming. Cho Liming fled hastily, and when he noticed something unusual behind him, the 2 divine needles of jade blood had already pierced through Cho Liming's body one after the other. Lu Ping's sudden and ruthless killing of Cho Liming caused the 2 young women of the Mistwater Pavilion to be shocked, and the 2 of them broke away from the battle with Liao Hu and retreated to the side. Liao Hu was slightly at a loss for what to do from Lu Ping's swift actions, and after a short moment, he still stood by Lu Ping's side and said, "Big brother, little brother has offended you earlier. But this Mistwater Pavilion's woman surnamed, he is one of the 18 North Sea generals, and her ability is rather extraordinary. If it wasn't for her being worried that little brother has a few abilities that can take me down with him, little brother would have become a ghost under her blade since long ago." Lu Ping noticed that even though Liao Hu was standing by his side, Liao Hu still maintained a considerable distance. Obviously, Liao Hu wasn't sure if Lu Ping was a friend or foe. Lu Ping paid no attention to Liao Hu and instead said to the 2 young women of the Mistwater Pavilion, "Do you still want to silence him?" When He Lisin heard Lu Ping's tone, it was obviously Cho Liming's words from before that had infuriated him, and she cursed Cho Liming in her heart for being unable to accomplish anything but good at spoiling things, and he deserved to die. Yet she'd forgotten that it was precisely because she'd made the first move that was equivalent to tacitly approving of Cho Liming's words. He Lisin knew that it was already impossible to kill Liao Hu now, even though she had a few trump cards in her possession, and she felt that she would surely be able to kill the 2 of them once she utilized them, but the 7-star skies was filled with danger, and she still had other assignments to complete. So these few trump cards were only used to save her life in the end. Moreover, He Lisin didn't dare guarantee that the 2 people before her didn't have any trump cards in their possession. He Lisin moved forward and said, "Since you've interfered, then the matter today will end here. May I know how I address you? My sex junior brother Cho perished at your hands, and when we meet in the future, my Mistwater Pavilion will surely take revenge." Lu Ping sneered and said, Mistwater Pavilion, what a great reputation. He Lisan didn't hope that Lu Ping would be able to leave behind his name, and when she saw Lu Ping didn't continue speaking, she put away Cho Liming's corpse before leaving with junior sister Zhang. Liao Hu couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he saw the two young women of the Mistwater Pavilion leave, and he was just about to say something when he saw Lu Ping's expression was still grim, and Lu Ping turned around and said, "Leave quickly." The auspicious cloud beneath his feet swelled up, and he didn't dare fly up into the sky and just swiftly left while sticking close to the ground. Liao Hu took a step into the auspicious cloud as well, and Lu Ping frowned as he glanced at Liao Hu. Lu Ping seemed to have understood something and didn't refuse. Chapter 161. 3 days later, beside a river in the valley, Liao Hu's weakness caused by consuming the spiritual explosion pill had recovered. Only his internal injuries still needed some time to heal. Liao Hu took out a strange jade bottle from his storage pouch and poured out a milky white pill. After swallowing it, he began to cultivate. After a while, his pale face finally began to improve. Liao Hu opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ping, who was meditating at the side. He said, "Thank you for your help, Brother Lu Qi. I was able to overcome the weakness caused by consuming the spiritual explosion pill in 3 days. It seems that Brother Lu Qi is also an alchemist, right?" Lu Ping still had the appearance of a red-faced, burly man. He smiled and said, "As expected of the Liao clan of Golden Orange Island that is famous for their alchemy." Liao Hu waved his hand and said, "Although my Liao clan makes a living by alchemy, it is far from being famous in the North Sea. Even my father is the only alchemist in the Liao clan. The strength of the Liao clan is still far from the strength of the alchemy pavilions of the major sects in the North Sea." Lu Ping did not argue on this issue. Instead he asked, "I've long heard that the Liao clan has a kind of miraculous pill called the heart-dissolving pill. After consuming it, a blood condensation realm cultivator can increase their cultivation by 1 level. I wonder if it is true?" Liao Hu smiled and said, "Brother Lu Qi, don't tell me that you are also interested in my heart-dissolving pill like the Shui Yen Pavilion?" Lu Ping said, "It would be a lie to say that I am not interested. However, according to the rules of alchemy, this kind of unique pill will never be passed down. It is mostly passed down by word of mouth. Therefore, even if the Shui Yen Pavilion kills Brother Liao, they will not be able to obtain the pill's recipe." Looks like Brother Lu Qi really is an alchemist. That's right, the pill recipe for the dissolving heart pill is indeed not passed down. It's all recorded here. Liao Hu pointed at his own head and continued, "Also, alchemists have many secret arts that can prevent secret arts like soul searching and soul reading." Lu Ping nodded, indicating that he understood, and said, "I would like to ask for a heart-dissolving pill. Is that possible?" Liao Hu smiled and said, "Brother Lu Qi has saved my life, so it's only right for me to repay you with a heart-dissolving pill. However, this pill has always been in short supply in my Liao clan. The most important reason for this is that the spirit herbs required to refine the blood-dissolving pill are extremely rare, and only grow in a few places like the 7-star skies. Thus, it takes a very long time to gather the spirit herbs required to refine a batch of pills. This is also the reason why I entered the 7-star skies." Lu Ping nodded as if he understood something and said, "Why did Brother Liao go against the cultivators from the Misty Water Pavilion again?" Although the Misty Water Pavilion is a large sect in the North Sea, the Golden Orange Island's Liao clan is also a reputable force in the North Sea. Isn't the Misty Water Pavilion afraid of being criticized by the sects in the North Sea for being so overbearing? Liao Hu smiled unnaturally and said, "I don't know where the Misty Water Pavilion got the news from, but they said that other than the blood-dissolving pill, our Liao clan also has a secret heart-dissolving pill that has a similar effect as the heart-dissolving pill. It can increase one's cultivation by 1 level, but the target is a core forging realm enlightened master." Lu Ping took a deep breath and said, "If this news is true, then your clan will be in trouble. The heart-dissolving pill was only a blood condensation realm medicinal pill after all. If there really was a medicinal pill that could increase the cultivation of a core forging realm enlightened master out of thin air, it could be imagined that the Liao clan's Golden Orange Island would be trampled by the core forging realm enlightened masters of the North Sea in a short period of time. This kind of medicinal pill that could break the balance of power in the North Sea absolutely couldn't appear in a single force, let alone a small force. Liao Hu smiled bitterly and said, "Isn't that so? This time, I entered the 7-star celestial palace alone, and was surrounded by He Li Sin from the Misty Water Pavilion. She asked me about the heart-dissolving pills recipe, and I naturally denied it with all my strength. However, those 3 people would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. Left with no choice, I could only fight with them and escape with heavy injuries. Brother Lu knows what happened after that." Lu Ping knew that there were many things that Liao Hu didn't explain clearly. There were many flaws and loopholes in the story, and Liao Hu was obviously hiding something. Lu Ping didn't expose him and asked, "Brother Liao, what do you plan to do next? Are you going to continue gathering spiritual herbs for the heart-dissolving pill?" Liao Hu nodded helplessly and said, "Yes. This time there are also a few cultivators from my Liao clan who entered the 7-star celestial palace. I have to meet up with them as soon as possible. I'm worried that they will encounter the same situation as me." Liao Hu adjusted his breathing and took out a jade tablet from his storage pouch. One side was engraved with the word, "Golden Orange," and the other side was engraved with the word, "Liao." He handed it to Lu Ping and said, "Brother Lu, please accept this jade tablet. After Brother Lu leaves the 7-star celestial palace, you can use this jade tablet to go to the Golden Orange Islands Liao clan and obtain a heart-dissolving pill. However, after taking the heart-dissolving pill, Brother Lu will need to go into seclusion for a period of time to completely absorb and calm down the medicinal effects of the pill. This way, your cultivation won't skyrocket and cause your foundation to become unstable." Lu Ping accepted the jade tablet and thanked Liao Hu. Liao Hu was worried about the other disciples of the Liao clan who entered the 7-star celestial palace, so he took his leave. After talking with Liao Hu for the past few days, Lu Ping found out that after the opening of the 7-star celestial palace, the number of human and demon cultivators who entered the 7-star celestial palace far exceeded the previous times. Although there were many spiritual herbs in the 7-star celestial palace, and the cultivators who died in the 7-star celestial palace in the past also left behind many treasures, there shouldn't be so many cultivators in the 7-star celestial palace. After all, in order to pass through the 7-star celestial palace, one must have a talisman made by the Dharma adept Lao Zu, and each talisman could only protect 3 to 5 people passing through the 7-star celestial palace. Unless it was necessary, why would Lao Zu's talismans be given to blood condensation juniors? Those were treasures that even enlightened masters coveted. On this day, Lu Ping had just climbed over a huge mountain when suddenly, a powerful aura surged from the opposite side of the mountain. The spiritual energy in the surroundings gathered towards the middle of the mountain, and the weather within a radius of a mile suddenly changed. First, a strong wind blew, snapping all kinds of vegetation. Then, the surrounding water vapor gathered towards the middle of the mountain, forming a thick dark cloud. Not long after, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Hail and heavy rain poured down, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blizzard. The rainwater on the ground turned the entire mountain into an ice mountain, shining brightly. An invisible force pressed towards Lu Ping. Lu Ping was very familiar with this kind of aura. It was the divine sense of a core-forging enlightened master that could cause such an effect. Haha! After cultivating for more than 200 years, I've finally formed a golden core. The middle of the mountain suddenly burst open, revealing a big hole. An old man in his 50s with a long beard floated in the air, looking up to the sky and laughing. He looked at Lu Ping, who was standing on the opposite side of the mountain, as if he wanted to say something, but a white light had already surrounded the old man. After the white light burst, the old man's figure disappeared from the air. Lu Ping knew that after the old man broke through to the core forging stage, his magic power had skyrocketed and exceeded the limit of the 7-star sky, so he was teleported out of the 7-star sky. Only a moment had passed since the old man broke through to the core forging stage. Lu Ping suddenly thought of something and quickly ran towards the cave where the old man had gone into seclusion. Chapter 162. The density of the spiritual energy in the 7-star skies was equivalent to a large spirit vein. However, in the past tens of thousands of years, no one had been able to find the spirit vein in the 7-star skies. However, every time the 7-star skies opened, It was a rare opportunity for itinerant cultivators who were at the peak of the blood condensation realm and about to step into the core forging realm, as well as cultivators from the smaller forces in the North Sea. Unfortunately, the 7-star skies only opened for 3 months each time. Even so, it still attracted a large number of cultivators. Therefore, every time the 7-star skies closed, a new batch of core forging enlightened masters would be born in the North Sea. Lu Ping didn't expect to witness the birth of a core forging enlightened master. What made Lu Ping even happier was that this also brought him an opportunity. Every time a cultivator had a breakthrough in their cultivation, the spiritual energy whirlpool produced by the breakthrough would often gather a large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. This spiritual energy was not only used to support the cultivator's breakthrough, but it was also used to strengthen the cultivator's foundation after the breakthrough. However, the special condition of the 7-star skies was that the moment the cultivator broke through to the core forging realm, they would be teleported back to the North Sea. This caused the spiritual energy gathered to be useless and could only slowly dissipate. Lu Ping wanted to make use of this period of time before the spiritual energy dissipated to cultivate. Lu Ping went to the cave on the opposite side of the mountain. He took out an array disc and placed it in the middle of the cave. Then he placed 8 small flags on the ground according to their positions. He condensed a technique, and the cave on the mountainside disappeared. Lu Ping opened the spirit beast pouch and saw that the blue phoenix and the green sea snake were still asleep. Fortunately, the blue phoenix's aura had stabilized, so it should wake up soon. Without a choice, Lu Ping could only bring Dabeo and Dagui out again, and warned them to guard the cave. Lu Ping sat on the high-grade spirit gathering praying mat, and swallowed a mid-blood condensation blood spirit pellet. Then, he held a mid-grade spirit stone in each hand and circulated the North Sea wave listening scripture, with all his might. Lu Ping's blood flowed according to the North Sea wave listening technique. It was like the waves of the sea rising and falling in Lu Ping's body. A psychic jade pendant on Lu Ping's waist emitted a cloud of purple mist that enveloped Lu Ping. The spiritual energy in the cave was as dense as a giant spirit vein, like a moth flying into a flame. It gathered towards Lu Ping and was absorbed bit by Lu Ping. Along with his blood, the spiritual energy returned to his heart and gathered into the 6 condensed blood pearls. After all, Lu Ping wasn't a core forging enlightened master. He couldn't prevent the spiritual energy from dispersing and convert it all into cultivation. 3 days later, the spiritual energy in the cave finally became the same as the outside world. Lu Ping woke up from his cultivation and felt the rich arcane energy in his body seeping into his flesh and blood. After cleansing his flesh and blood, the remaining arcane energy dispersed from all parts of his body, causing Lu Ping's entire body to be enveloped by essence Qi wolf smoke. This was the true peak of the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm. Lu Ping took out a jade crystal box from his storage ring. There were 7 large condensed blood pearls inside. These were the pearls Lu Ping had obtained after killing the primordial crocodile. Lu Ping had originally planned to break through to the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm in one go. However, Dabeo had already warned Lu Ping twice that this place had already attracted the attention of others. In the past 3 days, Dabeo had seen more than 3 groups of human and demonic cultivators roaming the area. Lu Ping's expression was solemn. After putting Dabeo into the spirit beast pouch, he used his powerful divine sense to scan the surroundings of the cave. After confirming that no one was watching, he abruptly opened the sealed cave and destroyed the illusion array. The magic cloud flew close to the ground and flew in a certain direction. Lu Ping's sudden appearance immediately attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators, who had rushed over to investigate. A group of 5 cultivators, led by the water mist pavilion's He Lisan, who Lu Ping had met before, chased after Lu Ping. Another group of cultivators which Lu Ping couldn't identify was about 7 or 8 people. They rushed over from the direction Lu Ping was running in, intending to intercept Lu Ping halfway. The third group of cultivators was the closest to Lu Ping, and they had the opportunity to stop Lu Ping. However, the leader of the group was a young man dressed in a golden brocade robe. He watched with interest as Lu Ping escaped from their side. He didn't make a move to stop Lu Ping. When Lu Ping flew past them, he discovered that the 7 or 8 cultivators behind the young man were all late blood condensation realm demonic cultivators who were half-step into the blood condensation realm. However, There wasn't a single trace of demonic cultivator on the young man's body. If it wasn't for the fact that Lu Ping knew that the 7-star sky didn't accept core forging realm cultivators, Lu Ping would definitely think that the young man was a core forging realm demonic cultivator. Lu Ping's hair stood on end when he saw the young man's deep gaze. He didn't dare to stop for even a second. He controlled the magic cloud circle with all his might. Just as he was about to shake off the 2 groups of people chasing after him, the young man suddenly waved his hand. A sword light flashed and chased after Lu Ping. The moment the sword light shot out, it transformed. 1 sword light split into 2, then 4, then 8. By the time the total number of sword lights reached 128, the sword light had already surpassed the cultivators from Shuiyan Pavilion and the other 2 groups of cultivators chasing after Lu Ping. When there were 512 sword lights, the sword light finally stopped increasing. However, more than 500 sword lights had already caught up to Lu Ping. At this moment, Lu Ping felt as though he had fallen into a sea of swords and encountered a torrential rain of swords. Complex sword practice. This was an expert who had reached the sword intent realm. Lu Ping bellowed. On the brink of life and death, Lu Ping erupted with all his strength to fight for his life. The soaring wing swords danced in unison, each sending out 64 sword rays to form 2 sword light mirrors in front of Lu Ping. Then, a series of metallic clanging noises rang out. The soaring wing swords wailed in pain and shattered into dozens of pieces that fell to the ground. Lu Ping had refined the soaring wing sword for the longest time. When the soaring wing sword was shattered, Lu Ping felt a sharp pain in his divine sense. His chest felt as though it had received a heavy blow. The magic power in his body was insufficient. There was a sweet taste in his throat that was forcefully suppressed by Lu Ping. Lu Ping did not have the time to check his wounds. He swung the azure sword and another 64 cyan-colored sword lights spread out. In the face of this casual attack from the young master in embroidered garments, the incomparably majestic azure sword became like a firefly within the bright moon. In the blink of an eye, it was engulfed by the sea of swords. Thankfully, the azure sword was a top-grade magic artifact, and it was not damaged. A wave of water surged forward to collide against the sea of swords. Lu Ping directed the crystal bowl to create 3 huge waves in a row. However, they were all suppressed by the sea of swords. The sea of swords did not give Lu Ping any more time. The whistling sword rain dispersed the cloudy sky above Lu Ping's head and cut the clothes on Lu Ping's body, revealing the golden yellow inner armor. The surface of the inner armor was immediately covered with starry marks. However, in the end it did not penetrate the last layer of protection. However, how could a swordsmanship at the level of sword intent be so easily blocked? Lu Ping could no longer endure the mouthful of blood. The auspicious cloud was immediately dyed blood red. Lu Ping relied on the impact of the sea of swords to turn this mouthful of blood into the blood escape technique. The auspicious cloud drew a bright red bloodlight in the sky and disappeared among the mountains. The young master in embroidered garments exclaimed, "You can actually take a sword from this young master and not die. It's rare." A burly man with a long nose behind him said in a low and muffled voice, "Young master, do you want your subordinates to chase after him and end him?" The young master in embroidered garments shook his head and said, "No need. We still have important matters to attend to. This person is rather interesting. Leave him for this young master to practice his swordsmanship in the future." The people of the Water Mist Pavilion had seen that Lu Ping had been seriously injured by the young master in embroidered garments. They were originally afraid of the strength of the young master in embroidered garments. However, they saw that the young master in embroidered garments had turned around and swaggered away with a group of demon cultivators. He Lisin was overjoyed. She secretly thought that Lu Ping had already been seriously injured by the young master in embroidered garments. Even if he used the blood escape technique to escape, he wouldn't have any spare strength to escape after he landed. As long as she could capture this person, not only would she be able to take revenge for her junior brother Cho Liming, but she might also be able to find out the whereabouts of that silly boy from the Liao clan. In this way, she would have the opportunity to obtain the recipe of the heart-dissolving pill. Once she presented the recipe to the sect, she would certainly receive a step more attention from the sect. Advancing to the core forging stage would be a cinch. He Lisin and the others quickly found the spot where Lu Ping had landed after using the blood escape technique. The 5 of them spread out and searched for traces of Lu Ping. After a short while, when the 5 of them gathered together again, no one had found any traces of Lu Ping. The 5 of them looked at each other in dismay. He Lee-san sighed and said, "Forget it. That red-faced cultivator is very strange. He was able to kill junior brother Cho Liming with his 6th-layer blood condensation realm cultivation. Who knows if he has some kind of life-saving secret technique. Currently, the 7-star skies is a chaotic place. Not only did Xianling sect and Jinling sect send their experts to fight for the few treasures that were left behind in the 7-star skies, but the overflowing ocean sect is also eager to see the world plunged into chaos. The war between the demon race and the human race is on the verge of breaking out. We should first complete the few missions that our sect has assigned to us." The other 4 nodded in agreement. Junior sister Zhang asked senior sister, "Do you know what treasure Jinling and Xianling sect are fighting for? Is our Shuiyan pavilion just going to sit back and watch them fight?" He Lee-san replied, "Of course not. In fact, our sect's seniors have told us that we can choose the right time to intervene in the battle between the 2 sects and reap the benefits. However, our priority right now is to find that Liao family brat and get our hands on the heart-dissolving pill. The other Liao family disciples that entered the 7-star skies are mostly collateral relatives. It's impossible for them to obtain this pill recipe." Junior sister Zhang thought for a moment and said, "If that's the case, why don't we head straight to the Golden Fallen Canyon? According to our sect's information, every time the 7-star skies opens, the Liao family's cultivators will go to the Golden Fallen Canyon to collect spiritual herbs. I think it's because there are rare spiritual herbs that can be used to refine the heart-dissolving pill there." He Lee-san nodded. "That's right. However, the Golden Fallen Canyon doesn't have any sentient demonic beasts or poisonous beasts. Rumor has it that 300 years ago, the Liao family's patriarch Liao, whose grandfather, alchemy grandmaster Liao Ding, suppressed his core forging stage cultivation and went deep into the Golden Fallen Canyon. However, he didn't even have time to break the seal before he fell into the canyon. This almost caused the Liao family to decline. Therefore, we must be extremely careful when we enter the Golden Fallen Canyon." When everyone heard that even a core forging enlightened master had fallen in the canyon, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Seeing everyone's fear, He Lee-san smiled and said, "What's there to be afraid of? The Golden Fallen Canyon isn't the only dangerous place in the 7-star skies. Since the opening of the 7-star skies, many enlightened masters have gone missing and died in different places. Otherwise, where would the treasures that Jinling and Xianling sect fight for come from?" Chapter 163. After He Lee-san and the rest left, the ground where the people from Shuiyan Pavilion were standing suddenly surged upwards. Lu Ping emerged from the ground riding a fat rat covered in dust. Lu Ping cast the dust sweep spell to clear away the dust on his body. Then he patted Debeo, who had exhausted all his arcane energy and was lying on his back. "Debeo, is this Earth Escape spell your innate skill after entering the blood condensation realm? Not bad, you've done a great service this time. When we get back, I'll concoct a batch of pills for you as a reward." Debeo couldn't even use the technique to shrink his body anymore. If it wasn't for Lu Ping using his own energy to help Debeo use the Earth Escape technique, Debeo wouldn't have been able to bring Lu Ping into the ground. Lu Ping tossed a spiritual energy replenishing medicinal pellet to Debeo and kept it in the spirit beast pouch to recuperate. Then, he chose a direction and arrived at the foot of an inconspicuous hill a few dozen miles away. Using the Qinghan sword, he opened up a secret chamber in the belly of the hill. After setting up the defenses, he released Lu Daguay from the chamber and eagerly began his recuperation. This experience was a huge blow to Lu Ping. Ever since Lu Ping entered the mid-stage of the blood condensation realm, he had never lost a single battle against late-stage blood condensation realm cultivators. Even if he didn't win, he could still retreat easily. Although Lu Ping knew that the late-stage blood condensation realm cultivators he defeated were weak compared to other cultivators in the same realm like Lu Ziyuan, who was one of the 18 generals of the North Sea, Lu Ping didn't think he was a match for them. But Lu Ping was used to winning, so he slowly turned the mentality of winning against late-stage blood condensation realm cultivators into a mentality of absolute victory. That was why Lu Ping never thought that he would be defeated by a late-stage blood condensation realm cultivator in one move. It wasn't until the luxuriously dressed young master's sword attack that Lu Ping's confidence finally shattered. Whether it was his cultivation base or his swordsmanship, Lu Ping was not on the same level as the luxuriously dressed young master. Lu Ping finally realized that he was still far from reaching the peak of the blood condensation realm. In the past, Lu Ping only understood this principle, but he didn't understand the root of it. But now Lu Ping understood. Lu Ping's luck wasn't bad. The young master only struck once. Lu Ping's foundation was strong, and he used all his skills to weaken the Sword Ocean's power. In the end, although he coughed up blood, his foundation wasn't damaged. With the nourishment from the Seven Stars Grotto Heaven's rich spiritual energy, and the consumption of high-quality essence rejuvenating pellets and spirit-recovering pellets, Lu Ping fully recovered in just 5 days. These few days, whenever Lu Ping calmed down, his mind would be filled with the young master's casual sword strike. That sword strike was like a bolt of lightning, showing Lu Ping a realm that he was about to reach, but he didn't know where to start. Lu Ping felt that he was only one step away from entering the realm of intent, but he couldn't break through this thin layer of window paper. Lu Ping knew that he was missing an opportunity. For the next few days, Lu Ping stayed in the belly of the mountain to polish his spiritual energy. At the same time, he tried to figure out his swordsmanship, hoping to encounter that moment of inspiration. One day, Lu Ping finally remembered that he still had things to do in the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven. Besides the golden nut fruit tree, he also promised Ji Zixuan and Yin Zichu to help him. At the same time, the sect also sent cultivators into the Seven-Star Grotto Heaven. It was obvious that there was a mission. As a disciple who had been trained by Jinling since he was young, how could he just stand by and watch? Lu Ping woke up and started refining the condensed blood beads of the primordial giant crocodile. After refining the 7 condensed blood beads, 7 days had passed. Lu Ping faintly felt that the 7 condensed blood beads weren't enough for him to break through to the late stage of the blood condensation realm. Fortunately, a few days ago, Lu Ping used the spiritual energy gathered from breaking through to the core forging realm. Not only did he raise his cultivation to the peak of the 6th layer of the blood condensation realm, he also compressed some of the excess spiritual energy into his flesh and blood. Now was the time to put it to good use. Lu Ping directly consumed 2 late-stage blood condensation realm medicinal pills to assist him. At the same time, he stimulated the hidden potential in his flesh and blood. Wisps of essence qi gathered on the surface of Lu Ping's body and did not dissipate. When the essence qi gathered to a certain extent, it finally condensed and formed a layer of blue protective qi around his body. This layer of protective qi had a name: Sky Pillar Water Curtain. Lu Ping felt the strength of the protective qi. It was actually comparable to a high-grade defensive magic artifact. This made Lu Ping very satisfied. In the past, when Lu Ping fought with late-stage blood condensation cultivators, he could easily tear through their protective qi with the high-grade soaring wing sword. This made Lu Ping not interested in the protective qi of late-stage blood condensation cultivators. Now that Lu Ping discovered that the protective qi of the Sky Pillar Water Curtain was not weaker than the inner armor, he was elated. The space in his heart core expanded once again. However, it didn't feel empty inside because there was another condensed blood bead. The previous 6 condensed blood beads had increased by 1/3. Lu Ping had finally reached the late stage of blood condensation. Lu Ping was finally back on the same starting line as his good friend. Overjoyed, Lu Ping took out the Qing Han sword and started practicing the 12 true arts of the North Sea. He started with the raging waves crashing on the shore and water control art, then moved on to the stone-piercing sword and wave-treading art, then to the azure dragon disturbing the sea and sea deception art, all the way to the great river flowing east, and art of moving clouds and summoning rain, that allowed Lu Ping to reach greater success in force. The more Lu Ping practiced, the more excited he became. Subconsciously, Lu Ping felt that he was getting closer and closer to the moment of enlightenment. His arcane energy gradually flowed through the Qing Han sword, and the hand seals formed by his hands became faster and faster. Lu Ping became more and more engrossed in practicing the 12 true arts of the North Sea, and the art of traversing clouds and summoning rain. Suddenly, a sudden clap of thunder flashed through Lu Ping's mind. Amidst the rain of swords and the boundless sea of swords, a white wave formed by sword flashes suddenly surged. Lu Ping had an epiphany. The sword technique in his hands changed. Lu Ping began practicing an unfamiliar sword technique, the Thousand Snow Pile Sword of the 12 True Arts of the North Sea. The Qinghan sword floated out, and 81 sword flashes formed a white wave that surged up from the great river and the sea. It was like layers upon layers of flawless white snowflakes piled up, carrying an indomitable intent within the ethereal air. The small hill finally couldn't withstand the enormous sword intent in the belly of the mountain and collapsed with a rumble. It looked like Lu Ping was about to be buried. Lu Ping didn't care in the slightest. His left hand formed 9 hand seals in succession. As his arcane energy pulsed, the small hill that had been sliced and pulverized by the sword flashes containing sword intent suddenly surged with a yellow wave of earth on the dark green grassland as Lu Ping struck out his hand seals. The wave of earth rose and fell as it moved forward on the grassland. Below the wave of earth, Lu Ping seemed to be single-handedly controlling a yellow river, as the waves surged past the green grassland. Art of the blue tide of the 12 true arts of the North Sea. Lu Ping let out a long howl towards the sky, his voice shaking the grassland. Chapter 164. In the depths of an unknown mountain forest, there was a place filled with flowers. In this sea of flowers, a swarm of fist-sized bees were hovering up and down in the sea of flowers. The buzzing sound could be heard from miles away. In the forest not far from the sea of flowers, a few cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect were hiding. The middle-aged man leading the group asked a cultivator beside him, "Is everything ready?" After getting the answer, the middle-aged cultivator sent a signal into the distance. On the other side of the Sea of Flowers, a few beastly roars were heard. A few huge bear demons had been lured there. The bear demons hadn't eaten for a long time. As soon as they came to the Sea of Flowers, they smelled a mystical honey fragrance. Relying on the bear demon's intuition, the 5 early blood condensation and blood refining realm bear demons charged through the Sea of Flowers, heading towards the towering trees in the depths of the Sea of Flowers. After a while, miserable cries of bears could be heard from the depths of the Sea of Flowers. The cries returned and ran towards the Sea of Flowers. 5 bear demons covered their heads and fled like rats. A wung-wung sound that made one's scalp tingle could be heard. Looking from afar, each bear demon was followed by a purple crystal cloud. The cloud changed into different shapes and attacked the bear demons. The bear demons fled blindly. In a short while, they escaped into the forest and disappeared with the swarm of bees. Seeing that the swarm of bees had been lured away, the middle-aged cultivator hurriedly called out to the cultivators behind him. The cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect quickly and silently moved towards the depths of the Sea of Flowers. In the depths of the Sea of Flowers, the amethyst bees had built 7 huge strange-looking hives on 7 towering trees. At this time, most of the amethyst bees in the hives had been lured away by the bear demons. When the remaining amethyst bees saw the cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect rushing towards the hives, they let out a strange buzzing sound and formed a wall of bees, swarming towards the cultivators from the Sea of Flame sect. The middle-aged cultivator gave the order, and the 5 cultivators on the periphery formed a simple magic array. They brought out their magic artifacts, and 5 high-grade magic artifacts created 5 barriers. At the same time, the 5 of them channeled their astral energy through the magic array to link up with the 5 magic artifacts' defensive barriers to form a flaming barrier to protect the cultivators from Ocean Flame sect. The swarm of bees surrounded the shield and attacked wildly. For a moment, the tiny wind blades emitted by the purple crystal bees' wings, and the stinger shot out caused the Ocean Flame sect's shield to ring. The flames on the surface of the shield also rose and fell, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. When the middle-aged cultivator saw that the barrier had temporarily blocked the attacks of the swarm of bees, he hurriedly said, quickly, "The swarm of bees that stayed behind have already sent out a signal. It won't be long before the swarm of bees that chased the bear demons return." The middle-aged cultivator and the other 2 cultivators each wielded an exquisite top-grade magic tool. With a swipe at the beehive, sparks flew and the amethyst honey flowed out. A fragrance that was several times thicker than before immediately wafted out. The 3 cultivators each took out a jade crystal bottle and formed hand seals to collect the flowing purple crystal honey into the bottle. One of the cultivators looked up at the beehive and said, "Will the quality of the purple crystal honey in the beehive be higher?" It would be great if there was the legendary purple crystal royal jelly. After saying that, he used the exquisite top-grade magic artifact in his hand to cut the top of the beehive. The middle-aged cultivator hurriedly shouted, "No." However, it was too late. The cultivator's magic artifact had already cut the top of the beehive. A purple honey that was thicker and sweeter than the honey from before flowed out of the beehive. The middle-aged cultivator looked anxious and said to the cultivators around him, "Run." After saying that, he ignored the baffled expressions of the surrounding cultivators and took the lead to run into the forest. Finally, some cultivators realized that something was wrong. By the time they were ready to retreat, it was already too late. After the cultivator used his magic artifact to cut the beehive, the besieging beehive slowed down and retreated to the top of the beehive. Then, as if they had received some kind of order, the purple crystal bees rushed towards the sea flame sect cultivators who were still in a daze. This time it was no longer a spell or stinger attack. Instead, fist-sized purple crystal bees rammed into the sea flame sect's barrier. The moment they collided with the barrier, the purple crystal bees suddenly exploded, causing the barrier to flicker. Each purple crystal bee was only at the early blood-refining realm, so the power of their self-destruction wasn't too great. However, when hundreds of purple crystal bees self-destructed at the same time, the power was not as simple as adding up. The remaining 7 sea flame sect cultivators had just retreated a few meters away when the flame barrier created by 5 late blood condensation cultivators, 5 high-grade magic artifacts, and the cultivator's own protective aura collapsed under the self-destruction of thousands of purple crystal bees. The 7 cultivators could only let out a few miserable screams before they were interrupted by the buzzing sound of the swarm of bees. Just as the sea flame sect cultivators were drowned by the swarm of bees, a thin veil was lifted in the air above the swarm. A thin figure jumped out from the veil and landed on the top of the beehive that was cut open by the sea flame sect cultivators. The thin minor repairs cultivator raised both his hands and stirred the broken beehive with 6 magic artifacts, causing the hole to widen. The cultivator took out a jade bottle and kept the overflowing beehive. At the same time, he reached out his right hand, which was wearing a magic artifact glove, and touched the beehive as if he had grabbed something. The thin minor repairs cultivator was overjoyed. He quickly put the thing he grabbed into a jade box. Suddenly, dozens of wind blades flew out from the top of the beehive. The wind blades were all at the blood condensation realm, and 2 of them were even at the mid-blood condensation realm. The thin minor repairs cultivator was shocked. He quickly put away the jade bottle and flew into the forest. A strange chirp was heard. The swarm of bees turned around and chased in the direction that the thin minor repairs cultivator came from. They chased all the way out of the forest, but they lost track of the thin minor repairs cultivator. The swarm circled back and forth a few times, then turned back. After the swarm of amethyst bees retreated, a thin veil several meters long appeared in the bushes of a big tree, revealing the thin minor repairs cultivator wrapped inside. The thin minor repairs cultivator patted his chest and muttered to himself, "Thank goodness. Thank goodness I got this green veil tent from Big Brother. Otherwise I would be in deep trouble." "Is that so? Your Excellency is really good at scheming. My ocean flame sect lured away the swarm of bees, and you took advantage of the situation and obtained the most precious royal jelly of the purple crystal bees. Unfortunately, my junior brothers died a violent death." A gloomy voice came. The thin minor repairs cultivator's expression changed. He cast the 6 magic tools in the air to protect himself. He turned around and asked sternly, "Who is it?" The middle-aged cultivator from Hai Yen sect suddenly appeared from behind a huge tree. The thin minor repairs cultivator said sternly, "It's you. Humph, you abandoned your junior brothers and escaped alone. Do you still have the face to say that?" The middle-aged cultivator sneered. "I already warned them in advance, but they were still greedy. Besides, I already gave them a warning when I escaped. They can only blame themselves for being too slow." The thin minor repairs cultivator sneered. "You are one of the North Sea's 18 generals. How can you say such words? How disrespectful." The middle-aged cultivator's expression changed. Arcane energy surged from his body. He said in a sinister voice, "You know me?" The thin minor repairs cultivator was on guard. He replied, "Hai Yin Sex Peng Chongqing, 9th layer blood condensation realm. one of the North Sea's 18 generals. As soon as the thin minor repairs cultivator finished his sentence, Peng Changqing's 3 flame blades were already flying towards the thin minor repairs cultivator. He said fiercely, "Then I can't let you live." The thin minor repairs cultivator's 6 magic tools suddenly combined into a sword, a shield, and a pair of scissors. They blocked the 3 flame blades and flew away from the thicket. Unexpectedly, the 3 flame blades suddenly dodged the minor repairs cultivator's 3 magic tools and chased after the thin minor repairs cultivator. Then they suddenly exploded. The petite cultivator was caught off guard and was nearly seriously injured. Even so, his face was deathly pale and he felt a lingering fear. Only now did he realize that Peng Changqing's reputation as one of the North Sea's 18 generals was not without reason. His methods were decisive and ruthless. Fortunately, the thin minor repairs cultivator was at the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. He was also from a famous family, and had the reputation of being a genius cultivator. Although he was at a disadvantage against Peng Changqing couldn't do anything to him in a short period of time. The thin minor repairs cultivator knew that he wasn't Peng Changqing's opponent. He tried to find an opportunity to escape. Unexpectedly, Peng Changqing sneered, "Want to run? Not so easy." Peng Changqing raised his hands. 36 flame blades surrounded the thin minor repairs cultivator from all directions. Peng Changqing opened his mouth and blew. The 36 flame blades' flames instantly expanded, forming a huge fireball that enveloped the thin minor repairs cultivator. The thin minor repairs cultivator's face paled. He crushed a jade talisman in his hand and a whirlwind swept out, scattering the fireball. Peng Changqing chuckled and said, "There's actually a talisman made by a core forging enlightened master. However, a talisman won't be able to save your life." After saying that, Peng Changqing clasped his hands together. 4 fireballs appeared around him. The 4 fireballs had different colors and different temperatures. Clearly, they were the 4 types of fire seeds that Peng Changqing had condensed. The 4 fire seeds spat out a stream of flames in response to Peng Changqing's arcane energy. The flames intertwined in the air and formed a 4-colored flame rope that flew towards the thin minor repairs cultivator. The thin minor repairs cultivator tried his best to dodge, but the flame rope chased after him relentlessly. It looked like it was about to wrap around the thin minor repairs cultivator and kill him. Just as the thin minor repairs cultivator closed his eyes and waited for his death, a blue rope suddenly shot out from outside the woods. This rope was actually a slender water column that wound around Peng Changqing's flame rope. After all, the water rope was not as powerful as Peng Changqing's 4 types of life source fire seeds. However, the blue water rope was inexhaustible. At the same time, a vigorous arcane energy was hidden in the water rope. It collided with the flame rope with a loud bang. Peng Changqing felt as if he was in the middle of an erupting volcano at the bottom of the sea. Although the volcano was extremely powerful, it would eventually be conquered by the sea. The 2 ropes intertwined and died. Peng Changqing shouted towards the outside of the woods. "Who is outside the woods?" "Peng Changqing of the Ocean Flame sect greets you." The person outside the woods did not speak. After a long time, a hesitant voice came in. "Is that Brother Ai Shu Tao inside?" Chapter 165. Is that Brother Ai Shu Tao inside? A voice came from outside the forest. The short minor repairs cultivator's face lit up and he shouted, "Yes, is it Brother Lu outside?" A series of footsteps came from outside the forest. A red-faced man appeared beside Peng Changqing, forming a pincer attack with Ai Shu Tao. When Ai Shu Tao saw that it wasn't the person he expected, he was startled. Peng Changqing saw this and suddenly shot a fire seed at Ai Shu Tao. The red-faced cultivator shouted, "Careful!" A blue sword light cut into Peng Changqing's flame shield like a waterfall. Ai Shu Tao reacted as soon as the red-faced cultivator shouted. However, in his haste, he only had enough time to throw a small bell in the air. The fire seed collided with the bell and exploded, sending it flying away. Ai Shu Tao was pushed back by a scorching hot force, smashing through 2 large trees that were several feet thick. Only when the astral energy protecting his body collapsed did he stop. The red-faced cultivator's sword light cut into the flame barrier, but it was blocked by a magic tool. Peng Chongqing himself was pushed back a few feet by the red-faced cultivator's sword. The flame shield was extinguished, revealing a surprised Peng Chongqing. At this time, the 4 fire seeds surrounding Peng Chongqing were each enveloped by a lantern. The yellow lantern in front of Peng Chongqing was densely cut with dozens of cracks. The red-faced cultivator scanned the lantern with his divine sense and looked at Lu Ping with a serious expression. 81 cracks. You're only at the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm, but you've comprehended sword refinement and reached the realm of sword intent. The red-faced cultivator didn't think that a sword technique at the sword intent realm would be so powerful. With a single strike, it was able to leave a top-grade defensive magic treasure that was comparable to the Qing Han sword riddled with holes. Looking at the sword marks on the lantern, the red-faced cultivator sighed. After all, he had just comprehended the realm of sword intent. If his sword light was more powerful than 81 strikes, he would have been able to cut this top-grade magic tool into pieces. If his sword intent realm went one step further and reached the realm of sword refinement as one, not only would the lantern disintegrate, but the fire seeds inside would also be extinguished. The red-faced cultivator ignored Peng Chongqing's words and looked at Ai Shutao, who was sent flying. "Brother Ai, how are you?" Ai Shutao lay on the ground and groaned. He slowly got up and said, "I'm fine, I can still fight." As soon as Ai Shutao's voice fell, the 6 celestial artifacts had already flown up. In mid-air, the 6 celestial artifacts combined to form a huge trident. Its power was no less than that of a top-grade celestial artifact. It stabbed towards Peng Chongqing. The 4 lanterns floated around Peng Chongqing and the fire seeds within them danced about, blocking the trident. Just as Peng Chongqing was about to draw out the 4 flames, which transformed into 4 fire serpents, the red-faced cultivator brought out a crystal bowl. 4 pillars of water in the air transformed into 4 fish eagles, which flew towards the fire serpents. Peng Chongqing knew that since Ai Shutao and the red-faced cultivator had joined forces, he had lost the chance to kill Ai Shutao. That was especially true of the red-faced cultivator, who gave him the feeling that he had yet to go all out. The red-faced cultivator was only in the 7th layer of the blood condensation realm. The aura around him was still fluctuating. Clearly, he had just broken through with the help of the dense spiritual energy in the 7-star sky. Peng Chongqing exchanged several blows with the 2 cultivators. Ai Shutao had been the main attacker while the red-faced cultivator had been supporting him from the side. Every time Peng Chongqing was about to gain the upper hand, the red-faced cultivator would unleash a perfectly timed attack to suppress Peng Chongqing. Peng Chongqing suddenly realized that the red-faced cultivator was using him as a practice target to hone his sword skills and spells. Peng Chongqing was even more afraid of the red-faced cultivator. He took out 4 lanterns and blocked the 2's attacks. The fire seeds in the lanterns suddenly sprayed out a rain of fire, covering an area of tens of feet around Peng Chongqing. The red-faced cultivator shouted, "He's trying to escape." With that said, a blue protective astral energy fused with the water curtain in the crystal bowl. When the rain of fire hit the water curtain, it only produced a puff of green smoke. At the same time, a green sword light stabbed towards the direction Peng Chongqing was running. The 81 sword lights contained the intent that the red-faced cultivator had comprehended from the intent. Like a white wave, it chased after Peng Chongqing. A white mist rose from Ai Shutao's hand and rolled towards the escaping Peng Chongqing. Lu Ping looked at the jade talisman in Ai Shutao's hand. This guy actually used a talisman treasure. Peng Chongqing used all 4 lanterns to block behind him. Lu Ping's sword light struck the lanterns again. The lantern that was heavily damaged by Lu Ping finally couldn't withstand the 1,000 snow sword art and shattered into a pile of fragments. Immediately after, the white mist blew on the exposed fire seed and completely extinguished it. The remaining mist blew on the other 3 lanterns, causing a layer of crystal clear frost to form on the outside of the lanterns. The fire seed in the lanterns also flickered, looking like it was on the verge of death. One of Peng Chongqing's natal fire seeds was extinguished, and the other 3 were also heavily injured. He spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared into the forest, not daring to stay. When the red-faced cultivator saw Peng Chongqing escape, he took off a mask from his face and said, "This Peng Chongqing is really powerful. Even with our combined strength, we still couldn't stop him." When AI Shutao saw that the person who took off the mask was indeed Lu Ping, his face lit up with joy. That Peng Chongqing is as famous as my brother, one of the North Sea's 18 generals. Naturally, he has many tricks up his sleeves. Today, the two of us worked together to seriously injure him. It's already not easy. Lu Ping didn't comment. Instead, he asked Brother AI, how did you come to the 7-star sky? I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've already reached the 8th layer of the blood condensation realm. Amazing. AI Shutao heard Lu Ping's praise and said proudly, of course, I'm the family's genius. This time, I secretly followed Big Brother here because I wanted to broaden my horizons in the demon territory. Then, as if remembering something, he said gloomily, Big Brother Lu is still so powerful. Just now, that Peng Chongqing escaped mainly because Big Brother suppressed him to the point where he couldn't fight back. I didn't expect Big Brother to have already comprehended intent. Lu Ping smiled. I was just lucky. Oh right, I heard that your brother is also one of the North Sea's 18 generals. So your brother is West Hill Island's AI Buatao? Seeing AI Shutao nod with a proud expression, Lu Ping asked, how did you get into a fight with Peng Chongqing? That guy is quite valued in the Sea Flame sect. I'm afraid he'll harm you in the future. AI Shutao told Lu Ping about what happened in the Amethyst Hive. He was so excited that he wanted to share half of the large bottle of Amethyst Royal Jelly with Lu Ping. He didn't care about the Sea Flame sect's possible revenge at all. Amethyst Royal Jelly had a wide range of uses for cultivators. Drinking it with spirit spring water could increase a cultivator's cultivation and spiritual energy recovery speed. It could also be used to treat injuries. Of course, this was the most wasteful way to consume it. As an alchemist, Lu Ping knew that Amethyst Royal Jelly's effects were comparable to the main ingredients of thousand-year-old spiritual herbs. It was used to concoct many blood condensation and core forging realm pills. It could increase the effectiveness of pills and increase the success rate of pills. It could be said to be a panacea for alchemists. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.